Right. Good morning. Thank you. It is Tuesday, March 7th. We're going to go ahead and start this Pima County Board of Supervisors meeting. Can I ask for a roll call to establish quorum, please?
Supervisor Bronson.
Unfortunately, I'm here.
Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Scott.
Here.
Chair Grijalva.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Hines is not present. All other board members are.
Thank you. And for the Pledge of Allegiance, we have some guests from District 1, and I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. I want to introduce Mr. Joshua DeWeerd, who is the principal of Sonoran Science Academy. And I thought that I had a long tenure as a school administrator, being in that job for 19 years, but Mr. DeWeerd is in his 20th year as a school leader, and he is going to introduce his students, or actually he's going to have his students introduce themselves, and they will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Yep.
Yes.
Are we going to stand?
When they're,
Okay.
yes.
There's a little line of them.
Okay.
Feel free to pull the mic down.
Hi, my name's Kai Bell. I'm in 4th grade, and I'm the vice president of the school.
You can put the mic down.
Okay. My name is Abigail Durar, and I'm in 5th grade, and I'm the secretary of the school. My name is Carlos, and I am in 5th grade and the SCO of the school, Student Chief Science Officer.
My name is Eleanor Sharp, and I am the treasurer of Sonoran Science Academy.
My name is Jeba Iqbal. I'm in 5th grade, and I'm the president of Sonoran Science Academy.
My name is Louie Hurry, and I am the representative, and I am in 3rd grade.
Now we'll rise, and the students will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's give them a hand. Sure. Very much want to thank Mr. DeWeerd and the students' parents for coming here early in the morning. And we really appreciate your leadership and your presence here at the meeting. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. And then you're welcome to stay for the entire meeting if you want, but if you all need to get back to school, we totally understand and appreciate you being here. Thank you. Now we're going to have the land acknowledgement to be offered by Maria Buenamea, Administrative Specialist and Clerk of the Board's Office.
Good morning. My name is Maria Bonamea. I'm with Management of Information and Records. I am a member of the Pascuayaki tribe, and I'm honored to participate in the proceedings of the Pima County Board of Supervisors. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pascuayaki tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive toward building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamea. And now we have pause for pause. And Supervisor Hines has joined us online. We don't have to do that. Okay. Are we doing pause for pause? Okay.
Okay. Madam Chair, for the record, Supervisor Hines, are you present?
Can we have do we have a video for pause for pause? If we can have that played, please. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Kaylee Murdoch. I am the Public Information Officer here at Pima Animal Care Center. And today I wanted to introduce you to my dear friend, Paris Hilton. Paris is a wonderful dog. She's just a few years old, but she's already been in the shelter for months. She unfortunately has one of those kennel presences where she doesn't really stand out. She's really easy to look over. She just kind of relaxes in her kennel and she doesn't necessarily come up to greet people. So she gets passed over, and for that reason she's been here for a long time. She can also be a little shy when you first take her out, but as you can see, she is a love bug once she gets to know you. This is such a fun, sweet dog who really deserves her chance to get out of the shelter. We're open from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. on weekends and from noon to 7 p.m. on weekdays. And we're always happy to help anybody find the right match for them, whether that's Paris Hilton or one of the other great dogs or cats in our shelter. Thank you so much. And Paris and I hope to see you here at the shelter soon.
Okay, thank you. And we do have a few adjustments to the schedule, so I'll go ahead and turn it over to our clerk to read those, please.
Okay, the changes to the agenda today are on page 3, item 8, executive session. This item will be heard at a time certain of 9:15. On page 3, item 11, county administrator, the update on county initiatives to address homelessness and public safety. This item will be heard immediately following agenda item number 13. On page 4, item 13, county attorney, the new national opioid settlements. This item will be heard immediately following the executive session items. And then on the addendum, page 1, item 1, executive session, this item will be heard at a time certain of 9:15. All the rest of the agenda items, including call to the public, will be heard following these items. Thank you.
Thank you. And so we have a proclamation. It's a presentation to Terry Spencer, Director of Procurement, proclaiming the month of March 2023 to be Procurement Month and proclaiming the day of Wednesday, March 8th, 2023 to be Professional Buyers Day. Who will be? Oh, can I have, I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Oh, Supervisor Bronson, I believe that's yours. Thank you.
I want to buy a lot of stuff.
Okay, great.
Kidding. All right. Okay, there we go. And we got a mic. Great. silence your phones. Okay. A proclamation, whereas the public procurement profession, say that, and public procurement profession plays a significant role in the efficiency and effectiveness of both government and business, and whereas, in addition to the purchase of goods and services, procurement professionals add value to their organization by performing such functions as executing, implementing, and administering contracts, developing strategic procurement strategies, and cultivating work relationships with suppliers and other departments within their organizations. And whereas the public procurement professionals, you really have to do the 3 Ps here, don't you? In Pima County and other public and private organizations have tremendous influence on economic conditions in the United States, with cumulative purchasing power running into the billions of dollars. And whereas the public procurement professionals in Pima County are committed to providing high caliber strategic, logistical, and operational support for all departments within Pima County, and whereas the public procurement professionals, if I have to say this one more time, in Pima County recognize, support, and practice the values and guiding principles of accountability, ethics, impartiality, professionalism, service, and transparency established by NIGP, the Institute for Public Procurement, as fundamental tenets of the profession, and whereas NIGP has proclaimed March as Procurement Month to further expand awareness of the procurement professionals' role to governmental officials, the general public, and business and corporate leaders. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the month of March 2023 to be Procurement Month, and the day of Wednesday, March 8th, to be Professional Buyers Day in our community, and urges all residents to recognize the role of the purchasing and materials management profession with the business and government, passed and adopted the 7th day of March 2023. Congrats. Do you want to say a few words? Okay. Okay, here you go.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisor Bronson, members of the board, and Administrator Lesher. I'm Terry Spencer, Procurement Director, and I am honored to accept this proclamation on behalf of the Procurement Department. Procurement Month and Professional Buyers Day acknowledges the important work that our procurement professionals perform each day, and it also gives us an opportunity to provide education about what we do in the Procurement Department. We are committed to following the NIGP, Institute of Public Procurement, Code of Ethics, and the guiding principles in delivering excellent customer service to our client departments and the public that we serve. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the Procurement Department staff for the valuable work that they perform each day, the tireless work, the efforts that they put forth, and the valuable contributions to the county. And I'd like to thank the board for their support. So thank you very much. This means a lot to us. Thank you. Thank you. Our next proclamation is a presentation to Dean Brault, Director of Public Defense Services, proclaiming the day of Saturday, March 18th, 2023 to be Public Defense Day, and I'll move the item.
Second.
Let's have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion, objection? Okay, item passes unanimously. So I will be presenting it. Come on up. Okay. All right. So whereas on March 18th, 1963, nearly 60 years ago, the U.S. Supreme Court in Gideon versus Wainwright held that the Sixth Amendment right to appointed counsel applies to states through the 14th Amendment. And whereas pursuant to this ruling, those facing criminal charges with the possibility of imprisonment must be appointed an attorney if they cannot afford one. And whereas our legal system is based on the principles of equity, fairness, due process of the law, equal protection under the law, innocence until proven guilty, and since this landmark ruling, a person's right to have an attorney defend them in criminal prosecutions, even if they are unable to afford one. And whereas Pima County Public Defense Services attorneys, paralegals, legal secretaries, clerks, investigators, and social workers continue to work tirelessly to provide essential constitutionally guaranteed legal services to those who otherwise would not have them. And whereas Public Defense Services, in representing its clients, upholds the rights set forth in the U.S. Constitution of every accused person to have a fair trial or obtain a just result from a legal process. Now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Saturday, March 18th to be Public Defense Day, passed and adopted this 7th day of March 2023. Thank you for all of your work.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair Grijalva. Thank you, Board Supervisors. My name is Dean Brault. I'm the Director of Public Defense Services. I'm honored to get this recognition. To quote the Gideon opinion, lawyers in criminal courts are necessities, not luxuries. The right of one charged with crime to counsel may be deemed fundamental and essential, or may not be deemed fundamental and essential to fair trials in some countries, but it is in ours. Mr. Gideon, because he was appointed a lawyer, was acquitted of the charges that he was charged with. And on his gravestone, there's an inscription from a letter that he wrote to a lawyer that was appointed to represent him in the United States Supreme Court that says, "Each era finds an improvement in law for the benefit of mankind." And as public defenders, we hope to continue with that tradition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, and it is 9:15, so we're going to move to executive session. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second. A motion and a second. Any discussion? Any objection? Okay, we'll move into executive session. Thank you. Okay, we're back in session. If everyone can take their seats, please. We're moving straight to item 13. Oh, I'm sorry. So item number 8, executive session, was information only. And then we have an executive session item on the addendum, item number 1. Supervisor Scott? Did you want to? Oh, Christy, I'm sorry, I apologize. Did you want to make the motion, or?
I'll move
thank you,
to,
Supervisor Bronson.
I move to direct staff to waive.
Conflict, and have Chief Legal Counsel sign the waiver.
And sign the waiver,
Okay,
yes.
great. And I'll second. Any other discussion? Any objection? Okay, item passes unanimously. Now we're moving on to item number 13. And that one is a new opioid settlement. This is direction action related to the 5 new national opioid settlements. And I'll turn it over to Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva and members of the board, what you have before you today is the acceptance of the opioid settlement dollars. It is not any way a discussion of how those monies will be distributed at this point or how they will be used, but simply the acceptance of the dollars.
Okay, I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously, and it's passing 4-0. Supervisor Hines is not on remotely. Okay. Now we're on item 11. And item 11 is an update on county initiatives to address homelessness and public safety. County Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chairman Grijalva and members of the board. At the last meeting, you approved an IGA with the City of Tucson to share staff, and we've been talking over the months about what our relationship is with the City of Tucson related to our work on homelessness and crime prevention. And so today we have with us the City Manager, Mike Ortega, and Maria Maris, who is our staff person, and I've asked them to be with you today. Mike, Mr. Ortega, and Ms. Maris will be providing the board with an update on the city side of this activities.
Okay, and I think what's really going to be very beneficial is the information that we're receiving today. The city, the mayor and council are also going to receive the same information, and that's something that's going to be updated on a regular basis. Bless you. So whenever you're ready, we're ready for you. Thank you so much for being here. We do appreciate it. Yep.
Chair Grijalva and members of the board, it's my pleasure to be here. Greetings from across the street, Mayor and Council. So as Chair Grijalva mentioned, this is really an opportunity for you to hear some of the things that are going on with regard to our approach. And when I say our, it's yours and ours together. We provide an update to the Mayor and Council every month. And our next update is the 21st. We will be back, or some of the staff members will be back, and give you the same exact presentation that the Mayor and Council will have on that date. Today, what I thought I'd do is just give you a little bit of background and how we got to this point, and some of the things that I see us working on going forward. So homelessness, as we all know, is one of the most difficult and challenging issues that we face. And it's not just Pima County, the city of Tucson, but it's really a national challenge, even world challenge in a variety of different cities, and everybody's addressing them different ways. Over the last year, we organized ourselves to address it, at least internally, starting with cleanup, moving on to housing first, shelter, also challenging the services that deal with mental health, drug addiction, just all of the pieces that are out there and the reasons why we hear people are homeless. And then ultimately making sure that the enforcement component is there as well, where there's an enforcement of the rules and the laws that govern our community as a whole. So we've been working on that for over the last year. I can tell you that we have been able to address, and I use that very loosely and very deliberately, a lot of different folks across the entirety of the community. Our focus is to take finite resources and really put them towards this effort in these areas that I just outlined for you. Several months ago, partnership with Administrator Lesher, looked at how we can partner and work together, do it in a way that can be meaningful and we're not being redundant in our activities or there's gaps. And so the idea then came about in how do we really join forces. The county has traditionally focused on the justice systems, and I say systems because it's not just singular, it's all of the pieces that go along with that. But also, how do we make sure that the resources that we have, and we're spending millions and millions of dollars, mostly federal or state money, but we're spending millions and millions of dollars together to address these challenges that we all have and focus on. We ultimately developed an action plan, and that will be shared. If it's not already been, it will be shared with you. It's updated monthly to show you the metrics that we're using to really try to make sure that the focus is clear and deliberate. And that's really been the approach. As I mentioned, we'll be back. I'll have the staff members back. Next time, we'll actually have 2 of our department heads here to address you and give you some more detail. One of them will be Chief Kazmar, and the other will be Sarah Lanius, our Community Safety, Health, and Wellness Program Director, as well as Madi. So what I'd like to do is turn it over to Madi to give a little bit more information and give you a little more detail. Madi?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisors, thank you very much for having me this morning. Just wanted to give you a little bit of the information for the intergovernmental agreement that you have with me. So my whole goal is to have a diverse perspective. So when we're really looking at resources, how do we coordinate that collaboration between everybody that's working with all of these services? So we're talking internal and external stakeholders. What we had started to do is we, as of August, we've been meeting once a week where we have department and department directors and deputy directors meet, and that's a regional committee. So we're sitting down and we're talking about what areas do we really need to focus on, looking for the gaps, looking for what's working to enhance those, and then trying to find help and services to make sure that we have that safety net for people that need it. Currently, what we're doing is working on a steering committee for 4 areas. So we're going to be looking specifically at encampment protocol, housing and shelter, the justice services area, and then the last one will be fentanyl, which would be under the substance use. And we'll have departments working together there to, again, delineate all of the services that we need. Our action plan.
Chair, just a quick question.
Supervisor Blackton.
Fentanyl, you have that as a separate category. Why?
We believe that that's a big issue that we need to tackle, and we want to give it the time and the importance that it deserves.
What about all the other drugs?
They'll be in there too. Just right now, we're really seeing a big spike in the fentanyl use in our community.
And if we can just wait on questions and let her go ahead and go through her presentation, then we'll all have an opportunity. Thanks.
I'm almost done. So our action plan is coordinated with the subcommittees where we're really looking at increasing capacity to the shelter services. We are also reducing the impact on the community from the unsheltered, working with businesses and such. Data, really creating a database that now we do have Pima County outreach on, which is great. We can locate the encampments. We can work together to get people out there and get services and cleanups. And then just looking for funding for more housing, as we know that that's a big issue. I'm happy to answer any questions now.
So this is just an update to how we got here, and then our next presentation will be a mirror of what the city is going to receive. And then my assumption, and County Administrator Lesher can chime in, is that we're also going to have our staff that are working on different projects. Like, it'll be a team presentation, which I think would be very helpful because there is a perception that we're very siloed, and we're trying to navigate those processes.
Chair Grijalva, absolutely, and thank you. I should have mentioned that. So we have invited Administrator Lesher. We have been working very closely with Steve Holmes, by the way, great hire there, Ms. Lesher, and we'll be asking and inviting them to come to the Mayor and Council and give a similar presentation on what some of the initiatives and some of the things that the county are working on. Supervisor Bronson asked a very pointed question about fentanyl versus other challenges that we have, and I thought it important to address that. And I think you'll hear this next meeting when Chief Kazmar comes. Fentanyl is one of the most serious and most difficult issues, and it's a very, very easily accessible drug that's out there on the street today. And so the thought process internally is how we address that as a means to maybe making some progress on the rest of it. I will also tell you that we haven't figured out all of these pieces. And so if you have ideas and thoughts, certainly welcome those ideas and thoughts, because they're, like I said, this is a regional issue and a regional problem, and there is no singular solution, because if there was, I probably wouldn't be standing here.
Madam Chair, I do
Yes,
have a
Supervisor
question.
Bronson, go ahead.
You just mentioned, and that's what got me started on this, it's a regional issue, and yet it's only the city of Tucson and Pima County. What about the other jurisdictions? They should be included in this as well, my personal point of view.
Go ahead, County Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Bronson, while not part of this IGA, Manager Ortega and I meet with the managers of the other incorporated jurisdictions every other Monday, and this is one of the topics we discuss regularly.
Thank you. And if we can ask the audience to please not chime in, I'm Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarity purposes, ma'am, you are a City of Tucson employee, but Pima County is paying 50% of your salary, is that correct?
Correct.
And just as a general information, as you approach this issue and these subjects, do you consider the unsheltered as travelers?
Can you clarify your question? I'm not sure.
There seems to be some new nomenclature that folks who are moving through our community and they may be unsheltered. There's been a new term that we've been hearing as describing them as travelers. Are you familiar with that at all?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Could I just ask, could you repeat those 4 areas of focus? I got the encampment protocol and fentanyl abuse, and I missed the other 2.
Justice services, and then housing and shelter.
And then Ms. Lesher and Mr. Holmes have talked to us about a strategic blueprint that is going to be devised by the city and the county, and that you're playing a key role in putting that blueprint together. Anything that you want to say about it today would be appreciated, but if I could ask, as I've already asked Ms. Lesher and Mr. Holmes, when we get updates, if we could include references to that blueprint and its components.
Absolutely. And so what we're really trying to do is make sure that the action plan and the blueprint, really interface with each other. So we'll make sure to give you all the information as soon as we have it.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having us.
We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll see you in 2 weeks. Yeah, thanks. Okay. So now we're going to go back on the agenda, and we're at call to the public. And so I have a stack of cards here. And do I have my little sheet? I have it here somewhere. Hold on just a second.
Madam Chair, before you
Supervisor
call,
Bronson.
just a point of personal privilege, and this is our county attorney probably, did you have Hamantashen yet? No, it's Purim. Purim started at sundown last night, just for those in the audience who are celebrating, enjoy the season.
All right, thank you. And so we're going to go ahead and have people come up to speak for call to the audience. As a reminder, we ask you to be courteous, no impertinent, slanderous remarks, and we'll go ahead and get started. So I'm going to call you up 3 at a time. If you can come up to the front, that would be appreciated. I have Tim Locks, Keith Van Heinigen, and Marina Monroe.
Good morning, Board. My name is Tim Locks. To date, by the way, to just add on to what Supervisor Christie had said, the new term now are homeless neighbors. That's what they're calling the homeless in Tucson, homeless neighbors. I just heard that, I believe it was yesterday. So to date, I have not heard an apology from Supervisor Hines regarding the cruise incident, where a young man appeared in the background and an alleged Speedo and tank top. Hines would rather pull the homophobe card and project blame onto us for calling him out. Hines, I don't care what you are into. Is he even here? No. No, once again.
So,
What happened?
I'm sorry, respectfully. Supervisor Hines just joined us. I'll give you the time, sir.
What happened was an embarrassment to yourself and the citizens of Pima County. I will point out your Board of Supervisor policy, C21, it's right here, which speaks of unethical behavior in the workplace. I am unaware of any investigation conducted on this issue. Last year, citizens complained about Rex Scott's Twitter account being linked to his Pima County website. That was a violation and nothing was done. I called out the county recorder for accusing me of being a white supremacist on her Twitter account, and others called her out for using her Pima County Reporter fake book account to promote your father, Raul. These are also violations and potentially criminal, and nothing was done about that either. Where is the county attorney? Why wasn't Rex Scott or the county recorder disciplined like you want to do to a Republican? I guess any standards of moral, ethical, or illegal conduct are for thee, but not for me, right? To Rex Scott, in response to your statement about raising salaries for the deputies, it's nothing but a bribe. When you mandate vaccinations, you know, the death jab, why would anyone want to become a deputy? Law enforcement across the country are facing lack of law enforcement in the face of defunding the police and local governments that are not backing up all of this illegal activity, like the Summer of Love up in Seattle. Maybe the problem is the person in the mirror. You know, the ones that create the problem. Your solution is salary. It's not a solution. It's just another problem. Once again, you want to mandate masks or at least suggest that people wear masks in the building. There's no scientific evidence that even suggests that masks will stop the COVID micron. So I'm going to tell you once again, cut the crap, get on with the serious business of this county, and stop all of this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Keith Van Heinigen.
Good morning. My name is Keith Van Heinigen, and if you didn't know, I'm a blacksmith and custom knife maker, and this is what I wear to work. I wasn't allowed to bring in my hammers, my tongs, my 1800 degree steel, any of my saws or anything like that, of course, but I work with dangerous things. You see, this is my hobby. I'm a teacher. I'm an artist. The people who come to me are genius-level intellects in their fields, be it music, science, mathematics, culture, and history. We discuss our events locally every couple of weeks. And the homeless problem that we're facing, the crime problem, the drug problem, is laid bare and dead at the Democrat Party's feet. Now, we all know that the Tucson Unified School District is a miserable failure. Your test scores are in the bottom of the barrel. And at least Baltimore beat us. Now, I'm dressed partially like this as a comedic statement, but also to mock one of our current board members, yes. I see he's wearing a Proud Boys Hawaiian t-shirt today. That's amazing. Harsh realities are here. You need to act like it. You need to discuss the problem with people like us. We are the solution. You, the Democrats, have been the problem for decades and decades and decades and decades. The city of Tucson is no worse. You're in competition to go into receivership. You have bills outstanding, crumbling infrastructure, and a total lack of trust by your public. The only people that still lick your boots are idiots and impoverished people that you put there. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Marina Monroe. And then after that'll be David Cruteau, Roger Score, and Jim McFarlane. Thank you.
Good morning, the Board of Supervisors. My name is Marina Monroe, and I want to talk about responsible animal control in neighborhoods today. I would like to begin with a short story, the moral of which is how well-intended actions become a tragedy when the proper rules are not in place and common sense is missing. Our beautiful cat Iris was pregnant with kittens, eagerly awaited by our 8-year-old daughter when she was violated by our neighbors. When our cat didn't come home at night, we searched our neighborhood the next day and found a cat trap in the alley behind our neighbor's house. The neighbors misled us by saying they didn't know what happened to our cat. We finally searched for her in person at the Pima Animal Control Center. It so happened that PAC was hosting a 3-day TNR, Trap Neuter Release event. But when we got there, we were informed that there was no way we could see the trapped cat since it was crazy in there. An employee told us that it was just our fate to lose the cat to trappers. It took some crying and begging, but imagine our relief when the same employee who callously called our misfortune a casualty brought our cat back in a carrier. But it was too late. In less than 12 hours, yes, 12 hours, Iris kittens were aborted, her uterus was cut out, she was vaccinated, chipped, tattooed, medicated with 15 drugs, and had her urine tipped, all without our consent. My daughter was traumatized. Our neighbors just said that they were performing a community service and tried to put it all on us, like it was our fault, but eventually did apologize and contributed portions of this letter to you because they don't want other trappers to go through what they have. As you can imagine, this created some serious conflict between neighbors. And the impression that the Pima Animal Care Center made on us was far from caring and humane, unfortunately. I'm asking that you, as a Board of Supervisors, to please better define rules for TNR programs like community cats, because the chaos of poorly organized programs can only lead to the destruction of communities and animosity amongst neighbors, since communities are built upon relationships. To be clear, we're not against neutering feral cats, but we are for the proper execution of a plan, and we understand breakaway collars and microchips, for example, can help identify a cat, but collars can come off, house cats can escape, and chips can malfunction or migrate to a different part of the body. Please help facilities like PAC adjust some of its already existing rules. Here are our suggestions. Number 1, PAC has a responsibility not only to pass out cages, but to educate would-be trappers about how to cautiously trap. In addition to flyers, PAC should hand out signs and stipulate their posting, perhaps right in the front yard. Number 2, if there is a trapping event going on, advertise it. Make your neighbors aware of it by posting flyers and signs to give them a chance to keep their animals indoors if necessary. And number 3, at the receiving facility, make it mandatory to hold animal long enough to give potential owners a fighting chance to claim them before it's too late. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Did you want to submit your written comments? Oh, yeah, if you can go ahead and hand them here. Thank you. David Cruteau, followed by Roger Score, and Jim McFadden. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Grijalva. Thank you for taking my request to speak today. I want to address you and members of the board. My name was pulled from the Pima County Libertarian Party's choice to fill a vacancy in my neighborhood as a PC of the Libertarian Party. It was pulled by you, Ms. Grijalva, saying that I was racist, that I was anti-Semitic, and that I was impeached from the Green Party. You know, the Democrats of Tucson have gone out of their way to stifle the growth of third-party opposition to their stranglehold in Pima County. The Pima County Green Party was used by the Democrats to train and gather new members to their leadership team in the city and in the county, stifling the growth of the Green Party itself with only 22 precinct captains. I was in your statement, Ms. Grijalva, you said I was anti-Semitic and that I was impeached from the Green Party. The truth is, Ms. Grijalva, I was impeached from the steering committee of the Green Party, which gave up its principles of consensus voting and voted with the majority that they ruled on their small precinct committee party. I was impeached from the Green Party. I stayed in the Green Party, but I'm now a libertarian, and I know why. Because the two-party system has ruined civil society in America, in my opinion. And I am not racist, Ms. Grijalva. You implied from an article by Dylan Smith in the Tucson Sentinel that I posted a meme on Facebook calling Zionism the worst thing to come to America and to the world because of its political action. Zionism is a political action committee just like the Republican Party. And you're calling me racist is in light of my father and our reputation in this community as being the first Native American hired by the school district. Your father appointed him to chairman of Saguaro. He created University High School, and now the graduate of high school receives a reward named after my father, Leo Henry Croto. Well, I'm David Henry Croto, and I resent you calling me a racist. I'm a very proud libertarian. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger?
Board Chairman Grijalva, my name's Roger Score. I own businesses in Pima County, Tucson for 36 years. Before that, I worked on Titan II missiles, a weapons system designed specifically for killing communists. Sorry if that might offend some of you. I'm here today to address the sex grooming and the drug cartel support you're bringing about to Pima County with your policies. Forcing kids to wear masks is nothing but sex grooming. People walking around in masks are teaching us to sex groom. Forcing kids that go to public school to wear masks is very evil. We just saw the Washington Elementary School District up in Maricopa. They refused to take teachers from a Christian university. We saw the city of Tucson push Grand Canyon University out of here, out of Tucson. We lost that college. You talk about homeless, but you don't want Christian around anywhere. Because the biggest opponent to sex trafficking and drug trafficking is Christianity. You need to open the doors to the Christians. We're here. We're workers. We heard the guy talking about homeless. Did you hear him say on his list, we need to get the people a job? Homelessness supports the cartels. It supports the sex trafficking. It supports the fentanyl in our community. I'm not allowed to bring a little knife in here in my wallet, but I can walk in here with a bag of fentanyl, blow it in there, and kill everybody in the room undetected. That's how dangerous fentanyl is. But when our government, our police, our schools, our corporations support the cartels and the takeover of our country, we're in trouble. And, you know, it's all the way up to the federal government down to you, the local. You're not supporting the business owners. If the homeless can live in my neighborhood, I want a tax discount. Give me a discount. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim? Hey, Jim? After David Smith, Mike Aaron, and Gisela Aaron.
Madam Chair and fellow Board of Supervisors, my name is Jim McFadgen. I am a precinct captain for the Republican Party, and I'm proud of it. Being the precinct captain has a lot of responsibilities, one of which is ensuring that other PCs, precinct committeemen, have the opportunity to fulfill their mission. One of those missions was last year was the election, and I'm going to tie this into the agenda here on 27, 28, and 29. If you recall, there was a time when a lot of us were trying to sign up to be workers at the polls, poll workers. We were precluded because of mask mandates or having a vaccine. In fact, I am the individual that filed a lawsuit against you, the Board of Supervisors, back in June of 2022, along with a TRO. I see no change in your attitudes. I see the same rubber stamp shenanigans going on. It's like you can't face reality and move forward. We don't need masks. We don't need shots. Follow the science and move on. Having said that, I believe your agenda items 27, 28, and 29 are grants that are being issued by, or funded by, I should say, CDC and DHHS, and one is funded by the Department of Health Services for Arizona. Reading those, I just question again the reason why you're accepting the funds for that, for those three. I would seriously say, put that money and give it back. Don't take it. Okay? But, you know, it just, the overreaching of mandates has just gotten to the point that you wonder when it's going to quit, folks. Seriously. There's got to be an end to it, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. God darn it, it's time to move forward and let this country get back. And right now, the way it's going, as Trump said in CPAC, which I'm sure none of you watched, but I did, Trump said the train came into the station for socialism but never stopped. It kept moving. And where it went to, it went all the way to Marxism, socialism. And I'm afraid that's what we're at in many regards. And I'm really worried. I'm worried for my kids and my grandkids. And unless people start changing their way and start reaching across the aisle and start working together, this country's doomed at the rate it's going. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tough act to follow there. My name is Dave Smith. I am the new Republican chairman for Pima County here, and I just, I got to tell you, you know, this, I'm pretty frustrated. I had a plan to say stuff that I was confronted out front. One of my Republican sisters was denied entry because she offended you. You know what, I got to say this. The Constitution didn't die with COVID. You think it did, but it gave you a taste of totalitarian stew, and you loved it. You love that power. This clown on the end that calls himself an attorney, the Constitution is over you. It's the Constitution, the law, and then authority. During COVID, you flipped it on its head. You decided that you would make the Constitution subordinate to authority. That's totalitarianism. We don't tolerate it here. America rejected it long ago. You're trying to bring it back, and we're fed up. These are Republicans who are awake now. We've been asleep. Yeah, we've been asleep. We've been letting this man stand alone. And he's not alone anymore. And we're mad as hell. You know, this thing about you're offended by it. You know, I'm offended by calling people names as well. But I listen because, you know, we're sticks and stones, right? That's the First Amendment. And you're a governmental body. You have to take it. Dr. Mengele here demands women take a shot that causes abortions, has injured a woman in my own family, an experimental vaccine, and then he mandates it, and he doesn't even bother to attend. This capricious act he does beclowns you, makes you look like fools. Grow up. You're adults. This is a free society. The Constitution is not dead, and we're not going to be silenced. And I'm going to tell you something else. When he started calling people murderers, accusing people of being murderers, and then demanding that pregnant women who he was dooming to have maybe miscarriages or other medical issues, demanding that they contact the Board of Medical Examiners. That's so offensive on its face, and you should be protecting our rights, not crushing us. Now, my father was the president of the State Board of Medical Examiners, David D. Smith, MD. And as my stepmother reminded me the other night, if my dad was still alive, he would have brought his Marine Corps vulgarity he got from Korea, and he'd have applied it to this Dr. Clown here. We're mad as hell. We're not going to take it anymore. We're here for him. Thank you for when you support him as well. At least you're another adult in the room, so thank you, folks.
Mike Aaron, it's not a rally, folks. Mike Aaron. Okay, so Mike's not here. Okay, Gisela Aaron. Oh, you are. Okay, great.
Name is Mike Aaron, I'm Pima County taxpayer. I'm going to talk about... My name is Mike Aaron, I'm a Pima County taxpayer. I'm going to talk about agenda item 18, the Community Bond Program. We have bail bondsmen. We have an organization called Tucson Bail Fund, also known as the Tucson Second Chance Community Bail Fund. We don't need this program. Bail bondsmen know when they can take a risk on putting bond or bail up. They do it for a reason. People don't show up, they lose their money. They have bond agents that go look for them, bounty hunters. They will find them, they will bring them back, they will get their money. You put a program together, the government doesn't know how to run a program. The bail bondsman who you're going to hire, when you tried to hire twice, one of them was ineligible and the other one didn't meet your parameters. We don't need that because they don't care about your money, which is our money, the taxpayers you're going to be using. Stop the program. Vote no. Thank you.
And after Gisela Aaron, Lori Moore, Matthew Levitt, and Lisa Stussel.
Good morning. My name is Gisela Aaron, and I live in Rita Ranch. I'm here to support Shirley Requa. She recently questioned the board during the board meeting if Matt Hines is a pedophile. She asked you and your county attorney, your lawyer, to investigate whether or not Matt Hines is indeed a pedophile. Shirley is a pediatric nurse, and based on her review of the picture displayed and on Twitter, she saw a young man who has a baby face without any facial hair yet. He took off his shirt and we saw he has no chest hairs yet, not one. And we also noticed no armpit hairs. So Shirley spoke from years of experience as a pediatric nurse that this man is not yet through puberty. And so based on these facts, Shirley asked to investigate if Matt Hines is a pedophile. Now, I've never used that word before till now because I'm just here to support her. I'm very upset that you letting her sit outside and not in here. Your county lawyer is not qualified to investigate such a crime. We know that because he's paid by you and he's paid to protect you. So you do not take her professional opinion serious, but please forgive her. Shirley Required has done more for the community that Matt Hines and Teresa Cullen have done during the corona SARS virus crisis. Hines and Cullen have colluded without any scientific basis. They locked us down. They forced us to wear Chinese-made masks. And we found out from a recent study that they are polluted with all kind of scrap material. Some even had found bits of fiberglass in them, in those masks. They and many of you have pushed dangerous vaccines that do not even prevent us from getting COVID. While Big Pharma may not be held liable, you are. You might be held to hold back. Big Pharma bosses are now billionaire. Doctors, they got incentives, bonuses, per so many vaxxed, per so many intubated, per so many dead. We know that there is, information is out. You can't hold it back anymore. Shirley, after a review of scientific journals, told us to nebulize 3% food-grade hydrogen peroxide. It is inexpensive and prevents viral replication. Heaven forbid this should happen again, maybe next year during the next presidential election. There could be another virus escaping, so buy 3% peroxide.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Laurie Moore. I'm from District 1. My topic today is decorum. 3 meetings ago, I did not know any of you. Now I know too much about one of you. I'm referring to the cruise ship cabin incident with Supervisor Hines. I understand that unexpected things can happen on a Zoom call. They do all the time. But this was not an accident. This was an oversight. There is a difference. This happened because of lack of planning. You all knew the day of the meeting, you knew the time of the meeting, yet apparently there was no forethought given to secure that cabin and keep your private life private. It appears you didn't lock the door, possibly could have put a sign on the door, called your friends and let them know about the meeting. It appears you did not prepare. In the video, it looks like you were not even dressed for a meeting, as your t-shirt had a big wet spot on the shoulder. So all that happened. I am thankful, however, that you remained seated during that meeting. So next, you felt you had to go into great detail to explain that embarrassing situation, which made things even more embarrassing and puzzling for the reader. Your explanation was as disturbing as the Zoom meeting itself. You started out with telling your friend's age, he travels well, you're not engaged, you're not married. Why do we need to know this? Then it gets strange. You said he's not a sex worker, not that there's anything wrong with that. Who talks like that? Why would anybody say that to someone? And my analogy for that is this. If a policeman knocked on your door and said, "Sir, your music's too loud, can you please turn it down?" And the property owner said, "Yeah, sure, I'll turn it down, no problem." "And officer, by the way, there are no dead bodies buried in my backyard. Don't even look, they're not there. Take my word for it." TMI, too much information. It leads the people to think other things. Then there are the comments you made toward the unvaccinated. You said, "Make no mistake, unvaccinated people in the community are actually killing people." That was from the Tucson Sentinel, January 7th. That is name-calling, Supervisor Hines. You are calling the good people of Pima County murderers. Then you went on after children, calling them little typhoid Marys, Arizona Independent, January 10th. You have also failed to show up in person to about half your meetings, kind of like now. The board has chosen not to censor you for any of this. That is their decision. But your remaining in office is up to the good people of Sahuarita. You work for them. They may see things differently. They are watching and listening, and they may be thinking your words and deeds are not what they had in mind for a supervisor. The people of Sahuarita elected you to be one of 5 supervisors in charge of a $1.9 billion budget, yet you appear to be unable to secure a cabin door for a private meeting. The people of Sahuarita have the ability to recall you. If they decide to move forward with the recall, there will be many legislative districts who will show up to help them. Thank you.
I am here today to add insight to Pima County's exponentially growing number of homeless persons. As a man who has spent a great deal of his professional career in contact with the homeless of southern Arizona, desperately struggling with them to save their lives and to safely detoxify their bodies in the endless revolving door of our failed healthcare socialization. Your calls to care, kindness, and compassion fall upon deaf ears until you have bathed, medicated, cleaned the maggots out of the wounds of, restrained, consoled, resuscitated, and have been ultimately unable to save the lives of the homeless polysubstance abusers in the nursing homes, hospitals, psychiatric wards, detox clinics, and upon the streets of Pima County. You are effectively killing the homeless, the county coffers, and the quality of life within the county by enabling their terrible life choices. These individuals do not learn from their mistakes and do not appreciate the care that they receive. By the whole, with few exceptions, they are belligerent, violent, demanding, abusive, and outright dangerous to both the average citizen and those whom you have tasked with keeping the homeless alive and sheltered. The majority of them suffer from psychiatric disturbances ranging from clinical schizophrenia to criminal psychopathy, with an alarming amount of convicted sex offenders being perennially present throughout their community. The homeless polysubstance abusers are victims of their own vices, innate lack of self-control, and total absence of moral guidance, far, far more than any level of external sociocultural influences. Let there be no mistake, we are at war with an enemy far more devastating than any conventional invading army. An enemy who has effectively and comprehensively weaponized our collective charity against us in accordance with the deviously brilliant Cloward-Piven strategy. It is not, nor has it ever been, the responsibility nor the primary purpose of Pima County's government to facilitate societal collapse via enabling substance abuse made possible by PLA-produced fentanyl and cartel criminality. You are destroying countless lives and neighborhoods by continuing to fund failed welfare programs that clothe, house, feed, medicate, hospitalize, and ultimately bury the polysubstance abusing homeless population at the clear-cut expense of the tax-paying, law-abiding citizenry of this county. Thank you for your time.
After Lisa, Monica Carlson, Kevin Daly, and Oliver Swan.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Stiesel. I'm District 1, and I'm the LD 17 First Vice Chair. During the Board of Supervisors meeting on 21st February at minute 30:36, Supervisor Grijalva opened the call to the public by reading the call to public guidelines from the Board of Supervisors Rules and Regulations revised October 1997. I'd like to point you to the current version of the document that was adopted December 1st, 2020. You may find this document by going to the Clerk of the Board page under Policies, Rules, and Regulations. In addition, at minute 33:52, Supervisor Grijalva stated, "I'm going to ask respectfully that signs be kept down." Respectfully, Supervisor Grijalva, I'd like to refer you to Pima County Board of Supervisors Rules and Regulations adopted December 1st, 2020, page 7, item 8, which states the following. Signs must not obstruct the view of any person in the hearing room or hinder any person's participation in the proceedings. The board chair or board member acting as chair can direct the sergeant of arms to have offensive signs removed from the hearing room or otherwise placed out of sight. Just because you say it so doesn't make it so. I'd like to thank Supervisor Scott for the town hall on the 23rd of February. It was nice to see you and hear from you. I am concerned that the Pima County Board of Supervisors continues to approve grants for organizations with the goal of dissolving the nuclear family, abolishing capitalism, eliminating religion, rewriting our Constitution, and most importantly, encouraging gender-neutral children. My expectation is during review of grants that you take into consideration these areas and don't further contribute to the demise of this great country. Utilize the United States and Arizona Constitution when making your arguments for or against a grant. Our freedom continues to be stripped, and unfortunately, my tax dollars are being used to accomplish this. Also, consider that if a grant is one that 50% of your constituents would disagree with, then it is divisive and should not be approved. Thank you.
Kevin Daly?
Oh.
And then, sorry, Oliver Swan. Sorry, was that? I'm sorry, are you Monica? Yeah. I'm sorry, I jumped ahead, I apologize. You're correct, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Hello, my name is Monica Carlson, and I'm from the Tucson Crime-Free Coalition. And I'm here to ask all of you to be the bigger one in the room. Not only in the room, the city and the county, be the bigger one in the state, or make an example in this country right now. We are leading the country in opioid deaths and overdoses. Tucson and Pima County are taking a turn. We now have to make a choice. We can do what we are doing now and let it continue to be known as a dump that it's turning into. That businesses and tourists no longer want to come here to spend money. A place where parents are scared for their kids that are attending the U of A and regretting sending their kids here. Or we can make it back into the beautiful city that it was. A place where people want to spend the winter and want to spend their money. A place where you want to send your kids to college because you feel that they are safe. Please set an example. Please show the country how to lead in this. Show our people and our country that Pima County can make a difference in people's lives and futures. You are getting tens of millions of dollars over the next 10 years, millions to use to save people's lives. It is time to move past COVID and concentrate on what is tearing our families, our city, our county, and our country apart. Please make good use of this money. Don't turn this into another government-funded program. We are in a crisis. This is something that needs to be acted on now, not in years. People will be watching what happens and where this money is spent. We are the example of how a drug crisis can tear apart a city. It is time to change this. You can make the difference. You can make it better for our kids, your kids, and our grandkids. You can save lives. Make this something that you can look back in future years and be proud of the decisions that you've made. These funds need to be used for fentanyl and the crime crisis only. Please work together and be proud of what you're doing. This has to be a regional approach between you, the city, and nonprofits. This has to be started by enforcement of our existing laws and maybe looking at it a different way, a better way to deal with this new poison that we are dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Hi, everybody. I'm Kevin Daly with the Tucson Crime-Free Coalition. So you talked in executive session about the opioid settlement today, a very significant event. Today's agenda contains some of the most significant items of importance in a long time, and I'm going to talk about three of them. So all of that money in the opioid settlement must be used directly to address the fentanyl crisis. Creating a regional approach by bringing government and nonprofit entities together. This regional approach would address four key pillars of public safety, health and social services, and economic development. Inefficiencies the Tucson Crime-Free Coalition continues to find throughout the system need to be removed. We need to be proactive and put in place policies to maximize the limited resources we're going to see for the foreseeable future. People used to be held accountable through enforcement of our laws, while at the same time creating a better system of support and treatment. Let's not squander the opportunity to come together and address the fentanyl crisis. Number 2, addendum item number 3. Thank you, Supervisor Christie, for highlighting further attempts by some on the board to restrict free speech. I would like to caution the Board of Supervisors for infringing on free speech. We are eager to watch how the board today will remedy this attempt by some on the board to block free speech. Remember, you're public officials and are required to listen to opinions you may not agree. You all signed up for this job description, and it's time to have thicker skin. Number 3, gifting agenda item 18, Community Bond Program Update. Gifting public money to people to post bond is not an appropriate use of public funds. This project has obviously struggled through its 2 failed RFPs and has questionable legality. It is possible, its possible payback, whatever it is based on data from 2017, and this is really, really old data. A lot has happened since then. We're in a different world. Don't we have better ways to spend our time? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Oliver Swan with the Tucson Crime Free Coalition. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. With the exception of COVID, fentanyl is the worst public health crisis in our lifetimes. It's not acceptable to consider this to be a new normal. On behalf of the Tucson Crime Free Coalition, we're asking you to stop bearing silent witness as our streets are ravished with fentanyl users, death, destruction, and our economic security and well-being is being threatened, both within the city limits and within each one of your jurisdictional boundaries. We propose, through our work with the county and Administrator Lesher and Deputy Administrator Holmes, that we have identified numerous silos within the county and the city that is stymieing the ability of the county to respond to the fentanyl epidemic and crisis with any efficiency or effectiveness. We therefore propose that you use the fentanyl opioid settlement funds for the creation of a fentanyl opioid command center as an emergency and a crisis, and using it to marshal the resources within the county and the city and borrow staff from the various departments that are affected, impacted, and influence this crisis. Working with the city and all of the additional municipalities and creating an opioid governing council made up of experts within the city, county, and your non-governmental partners to reduce silos, facilitate communication, share knowledge, and effectively combat this fentanyl crisis and the crime that feeds it. It is imperative that the time is now. There has been, to date, no cohesive plan on behalf of the county or the city to combat this. It's not a matter of justice. It's not a matter of the Pima County Sheriff. It's not a matter of the Pima County Health Department. It's a matter of everyone sitting in a room being focused, singularly focused on fentanyl and the opioid epidemic and the destruction that it is wreaking on this community. We need to borrow from the best principles of other states, counties, and municipalities that have more successfully marshaled their resources and seen reductions in crime and opioid overdose and misuse. The time is now. Please act now and be proud.
Thank you. Peter Norquist. Peter Norquist, Drew Heaton, and Anastasia Tistakis.
All right, members of the board, good morning. My name is Peter Norquist. I'm actually wanting to speak on the same topic that Mr. McFadden spoke on a few speakers back. So, a cluster of 3 different grants that you guys are going to be looking at today regarding COVID protocol. So, number 27, 28, and 29 on your agenda. One of the things that I want to expand on, I appreciate Mr. McFadden beginning this discussion. The amount of money in question that you're accepting with these grants, you've got one for close to $7 million, another for $6.5 million. Total is $13.5 million roughly. It's a lot of money. And it comes with some strings attached. So I want to go over what some of those strings are. Just for the benefit of everyone else here and everyone else listening who hasn't reviewed the information yet. So one category that you're going to be asked to implement and continuous testing and tracking, continuation expanded testing and contact tracing strategies. You're going to be asked to report on the number of test kits you distribute and the number of new testing site locations that you open. I wonder why. I know testing is lucrative for people involved in the testing companies, and that tests that give false positives are great for propaganda. Testing and tracing can also be dual use. You get the population used to being tracked for compliance, and then you can expand it into other areas. It doesn't seem very far-fetched. You're going to be asked for data collection to improve your data collection and reporting for various populations, aggregating mental health data, assessing data collection methods and analysis, and creating dashboards as if there aren't enough of those, and then reporting on data containing the number of COVID cases by week. So my question is any of this data, is there any data that's going to be collected on adverse events? You know, I talked about this in connection with Teresa Cullen. Data collection has been very one-sided so far. We know that there are a huge number of adverse events. Every month I meet someone new, personally, who has had an adverse event, sometimes life-threatening because of these shots. And are the same inflated criteria going to be used to frighten the public and build more propaganda for the shots? And speaking of propaganda, you're going to be asked to implement evidence-based policies, systems, and environmental strategies, improving communications about vaccines and increasing community engagement, and creating a sustainable community public health workforce. So you're going to be asked to talk about how the shots are safe and effective and not discuss the risks, and you're not going to teach your staff to do the same. Are they going to give their patients informed consent? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Drew Heaton, and I'm here to speak on consent calendar number 5. The appointment of Mr. David Croteau as a precinct committee member was previously denied as he was slanderously accused of being a racist. Contrary to popular opinion, as chairman of the Libertarian Party, I was not offended. One of the criticisms I've had for this board for many years now has been how you've served more as a rubber stamp than anything. So I actually, Madam Chair, respected your thoughtful pause. And like you said at that time, this item is brought to the board. There should be a reason why you're voting on it instead of just passing all of these things without thought. So I support it in principle, but respectfully, I soundly disagree with it in substance. Specifically, the accusation of Mr. Croteau being a racist. Being against Zionism isn't being a racist. Some Jews themselves do not support the Political Action Committee of Zionism, political Zionism either. So on its face, it's false. Not only is it false, but it should not deny him the privilege of serving his neighbors as a precinct committee member for the Libertarian Party. I agree with what Malcolm X said. You know, if you're not careful, the newspapers will have you hating the people who are being oppressed and loving the people who are doing the oppressing. Mr. Croteau has done nothing but serve his community and his neighbors very well, contrary to what you might find in the newspaper. So this call to the public began with a statement about not having slanderous remarks, and I believe that that should not be made in either direction, either from the public to you or from you to the public or even to a person. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, after Anastasia, we have Stephanie Kirk, Tara Radliff, and John Garker.
Well, here we are again. I first off want to thank all my brothers and sisters in the audience here for bringing their well-needed comments today. We are passing a precipice that we are not going to be able to come back from if you do not listen to the people out here who represent Pima County. You need to stop weaponizing the Department of Health immediately. We are not going to take another round of anyone, including Teresa Cullen, telling me, these people back here, the hundreds of thousands of Pima County residents, or anybody in this state again, relating to forcing wearing masks. And I am sick and darn tired. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm sick and darn tired of Arizona being targeted with all those disgusting commercials who finally admit, if you haven't taken your shot in the last 5 months, you're out of date. They finally admit it. Thank God for that, because that's something we all knew for 2 years. You need to stop the IGAs for all of this funding for the homeless and fentanyl unless we have a full forensic accounting of where every single cent has gone, what it has paid for, and how it was completed. All too often, we are seeing hundreds of thousands of dollars and millions of dollars on these agendas going out the door, and all we hear from the representatives who want the money, oh yeah, don't worry about it. We'll take care of it. It'll go to a good place, right? No, thank you. We're done with IGAs too. Sam, you're looking a little sweaty. I think you need to wipe your head. Now, I would like to address something that I was wanting to address last time I was here, which was the chemical spill in my area in District 4. And shame on the gentleman who was up here that time, just casually passing off a lack of communication and a lack of whatever else for the reasons of not informing the residents. I was on the highway just short of Kolb Road when all the police and everybody was shutting it off. And my windows were down, I had my coat off, it was a beautiful day. 20 minutes later was the first time I get my emergency warning. 20 minutes later, I had already inhaled that chemical because it was downwind. Where I was at was downwind from that truck. That truck was not marked. Do you understand that? He didn't talk about that. The truck was not marked with a hazardous chemical thing. If you want, I'll set up the drive link and I'll send it to all of you so you can see the photographs of the back of the truck that had nothing marked on it. 375, what was it, gallons did he say, or pounds of that chemical was supposedly on that truck. Did you see the orange gas cloud? Because I sure as hell did on those videos. That would have been enough to scare the crap out of me. I'll tell you, I'm still affected. I still do not feel normal from that exposure. You all better get him in check.
Stephanie Kirk.
Morning, my name is Stephanie Kirk. I want to start off with addressing Adelita for preventing somebody from having their First Amendment right. But I want to congratulate you for not doing the same behavior at TUSD when you allowed students to handcuff, bang, and come in doves into your meeting. In fact, what did you have to say after all this happened, right, on critical race theory? Banning books. It doesn't matter what ended up happening at that day. What did you end up saying about all of that atrocious activity that was happening in the board? Do you remember, Adelita? Maybe you said something like, this is TUSD students telling us as a board that they demand to be listened to. They want to be considered, and really, they're the ones we represent. I don't know if you've noticed or not, but for the last couple years, it's been people like me that's came in here and told you that you're acting inappropriate and against my constitutional rights, specifically today with Shirley, the First Amendment. And we all know, Sam Brown, that you came from TUSD and how you got a job here. Get one on your own one day. Is it, or what, is it offensive that you're interrupting me? You are interrupting me. It's my 3 minutes. You want to give me back some of my time? Let's just eat that time, right? Used to. In an interview on 60 Minutes, President Biden said the COVID-19 pandemic is over in the United States. Just a few weeks after, he asked the administration and the Congress for billions of dollars to maintain its testing and vaccination efforts. That's seriously what you're doing today. Adding another hotel to provide COVID-positive asylum seekers through red roof properties on agenda item 2 is embarrassing, knowing our streets are littered with potholes and the homeless. People with no homes, Matt. We should be asking ourselves what caused the homelessness to skyrocket as we bypass our own county homeless hardships for the open border, which includes fentanyl. Where are the spreadsheets and the receipts of the current tax dollars already spent in the past, and is the money going to where you say it is? Biden picked a date to end the COVID emergency months in advance, which clearly called attention that this is more about intergovernance agreements and compliance and money and falling in lockstep with the Model State Health Emergency Powers Act. Do you even know what that is? Do you know what that is? I'm hoping to catch you afterward and ask you, because you should, and it should scare you. The Warlock Act requires...
Thank you. Tara Radliff? And after John Gorkert, we have Dave Smith, Raphael Pab, and Robert Royce. Okay. So John? Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Good morning, board, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm John Backer. I'm an Air Force veteran and spent 30 years in technology, a lifetime of solving problems. And for the last 14 or so years, I've been serving law enforcement community in a position. And I was honored a few weeks ago to be able to speak at the National Narcotics Officers Association meeting. Formerly, I was in District 4, and I want to thank Supervisor Christie for your continued fine work for the people behind me and everybody in District 4. I find myself now in District 2, however. So why are we here to talk about agenda item 3? It's not because the lady uttered some words that some found offensive. It's because of the actions and the words spoken by Supervisor Hines. Words are important, however, so let me read a statement by Supervisor Hines. I have 3 full-time jobs. I figured that the least I would get is a little credit for participating remotely in this board meeting because of my commitment to my constituents and public service. Well, would you expect a medical patient to give you a little credit if you didn't give 100% in that job? I don't think so. Any job worth doing is worth doing right. And although words are important, actions speak louder than words. If you can't consistently attend the Board of Supervisor meeting and face your constituents, you have no business sitting on the board.
Amen.
Supervisor Hines, by both your words and actions, you have shown you do not value your position as a county supervisor, and you have too many jobs. I have great news for you. I'm here to help. Yesterday, I filed my letter of intent to become the next District 2 supervisor. Enjoy your free time.
Dave Smith? Okay, there were 2. Okay, thank you. I was just going to check. Raphael Pop, Robert Royce, and Ann Rose. Then I do have one last speaker, Cheryl Caswell, and then there was a card up here with just a first name. So if you... Shirley, maybe? No. Laura. So if Laura is, if you can come up and finish filling out the card, that would be great. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rafael Polo. I want to talk about freedom of the press or freedom of criticism. Picture this. Government leaders reject the free expression of public discontent. The media's fair play, freedom of the press, must be controlled. Real news must be suppressed. Freedom of criticism. No open debate. The results are terrible economics, open borders, energy dependency, fentanyl death, lawlessness, crime in our streets, corruption, destruction of the family unit, and oppression. The media fills the airwaves with disturbing bluster before the public, not as lies, but as news. The result is wherever you go, there's only one opinion. They tell the people all they need to know, what to believe and what to think. A set of journalists collect lies, a second set scatters them, and a third distributes them to the public as truth. Now, some in today's media employ Soviet Russian intelligence methods used by the KGB, today known as the SVR. First, agents of influence. They shape policy and public opinion. The origin of COVID. And under reports of real news, uncontrolled crime. The New York Times, Washington Post, CNN, Fox News are examples of agents of influence. It's not what you say, but how you say it. Active measures means dirty tricks, half-truth, innuendos, and lies. Active measures include the infiltration of opposition organizations. I call them rhinos. And finances, 87,000 armed IRS agents that are coming after you. Agent provocateurs are recruited to spread lies. They support malcontents like defund the police, release the dangerous criminals from jail, and radical organizations like Antifa and BLM. They are also embedded in government office as well as businesses and corporations like the NFL, Disney, and Hollywood. Now, to conclude, a quote from Vladimir Lenin. The way to crush the bourgeois is to grind them between the millstones of taxation and inflation. Sound familiar?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Royce?
Let's just define a few terms here. Speedos are not panties. I've worn Speedos all up and down the Florida coast for a year. I've worn Speedos all the way down the Mexican coast to La Ventosa. And I've worn Speedos throughout a couple of years living in California because you could wear them under your clothes and they dry fast. You put your clothes back on when you're done. I learned the error of my ways down in Mexico hanging out with the surfer boys. I figured out that baggy pants are much more fashionable and they cover up my bony ass and my skinny legs. So they serve two purposes. The fact that a kid with Speedos showed up on camera in Mr. Hines' room is evidence of nothing. It doesn't mean he's a pedophile. I've had children pressing in on me since I was 16 years old. I managed to get out of it without ever touching one of them. Well, partly because I'm just not into sex, but sex with children is immoral, but it's also unstimulating. I mean, I don't get the attraction for kids, but I'm pretty sure Mr. Hines is too smart, having gotten a medical degree and gotten elected to this office. He's too smart. If he was having sex with a kid, he wouldn't be showing it off in front of a camera. So, but having said that, I have real issues with Mr. Hines. He called me a murderer. I mean, I never got COVID and I never got a shot, and somehow I've stayed healthy throughout. But in Mr. Hines' view, I'm a murderer, and that's just wrong. Now, let's get back to the specifics. We don't want Mr. Hines to resign, or we certainly don't want him to be recalled, because if that happens, this body's going to replace him, and whoever gets appointed will have first dibs on getting elected. So we're better off having a candidate who's almost sure to lose running than to have a replacement candidate who's going to fall in line with this machine, as is generally the case. Remember, we went from Grijalva to Elias to, I'm sorry, I'm missing the name of the previous Ward 2. In any case, we need to replace Mr. Hines because he accused us of being a murderer, and he doesn't come to work for his $78,000 a year is not enough stimulation for him to come to work. So yes, let's replace Mr. Hines next year, but let's do it based on his behavior.
Thank you. And so we have Ann Rose, Cheryl Caswell, and Laura Hingup, and that'll be our last speaker.
Lions, not sheep.
That's right.
Thank you. Good morning. This morning, Chair Grijalva and members of the board, my comments are particularly addressed to you. First and foremost, as you prepare to possibly punish my nursing colleague, Shirley Ricard, for having said the P word, just have to remind you that pedophilia is rampant in this country and around the world with the sex trafficking of children, and it's permeated into our society. Lots and lots of sex offenders live among us, so it's out there. The children are at risk. And I haven't heard Dr. Hines apologize for calling the unvaccinated murderers. I mean, that's a real slanderous thing. And we're finding out 2 years into the failed program of COVID shots, you know, it's about time for an apology, Dr. Hines. On the 22nd of February, there was a Board of Health meeting, and I was there on time via the Teams because the Board of Health is afraid to meet in these chambers because of the construction. That's what I was told. Here we all are. We've got security, we've got metal detectors, all sorts of security measures, but why doesn't the Board of Health want to meet in person? I would be here, as I have been every month since March of last year. We in Pima County still want our public hearing. It was promised to us last year in September. It was bumped to October. We were dismissed. We still haven't had our public hearing. We filled the call to the public, 7 of us with 3 minutes each, presenting COVID lies and some of the COVID vax statistics that have been censored from mainstream. So we will have an update. We still want the public hearing as promised to us. It was when Dr. Hines was the liaison. When the team's, I'm going to have to speed this up. When the team's dysfunction corrected, it was 20 minutes into the Board of Health meeting, and my opportunity for my 3 minutes had passed, and what I wanted to say was to Dr. Teresa Cullen. She was speaking when I got on, and she talked about wanting to do projects. Here's a project. Trace with that agenda item 27, 28, 29, use that COVID blood money from the corrupted CDC, HHS, and have a project where you contact trace the people who got the shots, from the 6 months old to the elders in Pima County. We don't know. There are no data available, and we're not getting it from anybody. So let's have Dr. Cullen initiate a project to find out the injuries and death due to the COVID shot.
Thank you. Cheryl? Yes. And then Cheryl Caswell, and then Laura Hinga.
Good morning, Supervisors, Chairman Grijalva. I am here to remind you that you are here as electeds, and now that you are elected, you no longer represent partisan politics. You represent the whole community. That includes all the voters within your district. The numbers of people that are coming to the meeting to address you should give you an indication that you are not governing in respect to your community. You do not reflect the cosmology of your own community. You are no longer representing the values of the voters you represent. You have a fiduciary duty to do these jobs. It is your fiduciary duty. We come to you with your grievances, or our grievances, and it is your duty to address those. Also, all the discussions that I hear about these communities, including what the public defenders are looking at, what is missing in that is the community. The community as stakeholders. Just as we just heard, we didn't get the hearing. When will you bring the community into the discussion as the stakeholders? The only thing missing in our agendas, and other things besides, I'll go to that next. I want to remind you that he who dares not to offend cannot be honest. Thomas Paine stated that. The only thing missing from our agenda in regards to items 27 and 28 and 29, and from you as fiduciary members here to represent your community, is the tagline, sponsored by Pfizer. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Hinga, and that'll be our last speaker. Sorry, just a second. Your mic isn't on. Are you on? No. Just hold on just a sec. I can't hear you, so that means you're not really being recorded. So I want to just wait just a second to make sure that we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I presented these documents prior, but you did not bother to read them before. This one here is a material transfer agreement between the NIH Moderna with the NAID regarding the mRNA COVID vaccination candidates development and joint ownership. That was signed off by Ralph Barrett on December 12th, 2019. This document here was proof of premeditated murder. SARS-like Wuhan virus 1 COVID pose for human emergence. That was the lead virologist was Ralph Barrett, Department of I'm nervous. At the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. This was edited and approved back on January 6, 2016, and approved for review on September 4th, 2015. This here is a 5-page, 8-count indictment that I'll get back to. This here is a Pfizer, an FDA slideshow, FDA slideshow. It has it has one page here that talks about the FDA safety surveillance of COVID-19 vaccines, including, and this is Guillain-Barré syndrome, myocarditis, pericarditis, and death. Kawasaki disease, death. This here is the Pfizer report. It has 9 pages of the harm that they anticipated, of which, it mentions cytokine storms, embolisms, death, Kawasaki disease, hypoxia, preeclampsia, and other. Here is regarding what would happen if you gave it to somebody who was pregnant. Ectopic pregnancy, spontaneous abortions, neonatal death, congenital anomalies. This one here is the Pfizer license application submission for 16 to 18-year-olds with a transfer of $2,875,800.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Did you want to submit those to the clerk? Okay, thank you. All right, so that's going to head and close the call to the audience. Thank you. Oh, so that's going to go ahead and close the call to the audience. Thank you. Does any supervisor wish to respond to a criticism, ask staff to review a matter, or ask that a matter be put on a future agenda?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. I'd like to ask staff to follow up with the constituent who addressed this about her experience with Pima Animal Control Center.
Pima Animal Care Center.
Thank you.
Care Center. Yeah, I also, I'll follow up and just mention to Ann Rose that I am not the chair of the Board of Health. I understand that the issue is the construction here, and then until we can meet in this space, my understanding is they prefer to have that online. So that's all I have. If I have any more information, I'll be able to share that with you. All right, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor
Just
Bronson.
a point. I want to thank everybody who spoke today. I don't necessarily agree with all your opinions, but I share some of your concerns. It was between Pfizer and Moderna and the FDA, the vaccine was pretty fast-tracked, and they have no liability at this point. And I also agree with you that there should be follow-up studies. Having said that, again, I appreciate you sharing the concerns. And then the other piece is that, yes, I do think, and my background is business, finance, and accounting, I do think there has to be an audit to see how monies were spent. You're absolutely correct on that. And again, I appreciate your point of view. I don't necessarily share it. I did get the vaccine and the boosters, and I got COVID. There are many of you who did not and did not get COVID. So that is something that's worth investigating as this pandemic isn't going away. And so again, I appreciate your concerns. I share some of them, but not all of them. I did get the boosters, but again, thank you. And if we could, if all of us on both sides could begin to lower the volume and respect one another's opinion and understand that we don't have all the answers at this point. So I want to again thank you for making us sit here for so long today. But again, I don't necessarily agree with you, but I think you've made some points that are worth investigating. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bronson.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
just to ask the county administrator, we do have a pending hazmat incident after action report coming from the Office of Emergency Management. Could you update us on that at all?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, you do have one coming. I don't have it today. I'll make sure you get it, and that we will post it and make it public.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. If we can ask for like a 5-minute break? 10, 5?
Probably 10.
Okay, we'll do a 10-minute break and then come back. Thank you. Okay. All right, can I go ahead and get a roll call vote to establish quorum, please?
Sure. Supervisor Bronson.
Here.
Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Hines.
Here.
Supervisor Scott.
Here.
Chair Grijalva.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. And so we're going to go back on the agenda, and we're on item 9, riparian habitat mitigation.
I'll move the item.
Thank you. All second. Any discussion? Any objection? Item passes unanimously. Now we're on item 10, the consent agenda. County Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva, we would support approval of all items on the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you. I'll recommend approval, pulling item number 3 to vote separately.
I'll move the remainder of consent if nobody wishes to divide the question.
And you're pulling item 3?
Yes.
So
Hang on just a second.
Supervisor Bronson has made the approval of all the other items,
Correct. That was what I moved except for item 3.
and I'll second it.
No, she seconded
I'll third.
mine. Okay, great. Yes.
Chair Grijalva, just because the matter has came up twice during call to the public, I'd like to pull item 5 just to get some clarity.
I'm sorry. I apologize. It's item 5 that I was pulling, not item 3.
Okay.
So can I go ahead and change that?
I'll
Thank
take
you.
the amendment.
Okay.
I can't even read my own handwriting at this point. All right. So it's item 5, but we're approving the rest. I have a motion and a second by
Yes.
Supervisor Bronson for the rest of the consent. Any objection? Okay, so the rest passes unanimously. And so I pulled item 5, and it is the appointment precinct party of David Croteau on 167. I wanted to pull that item to vote on it separately, or that name to vote on it separately, but I'll move the rest of item 5.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Bronson. So everything else, we're moving on this item, except for the one name.
And that name is?
David Croteau. I have a motion and a second. Any objection?
I object.
Okay, so any other objections? Okay, item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. And now we're on the item of David Croteau. I pulled this item because I wanted to vote on this name separately.
Chair Grijalva,
Supervisor Scott.
I wanted to pose
I'll
a
move
question.
the item for purposes of discussion.
I'll second.
Thank you. I wanted to pose a question to Mr. Brown. At the top of this item, it says pursuant to ARS 16-821B, approval of precinct committeemen resignations and appointments. My understanding is that we get these names, or I'm sorry, the elections division gets these names from the political parties. They've already gone through whatever vetting process the political parties go through, and then they come to the board for approval. Is that stating the process correctly, Mr. Brown?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, according to ARS, the vacancy shall be filled by the Board of Supervisors from a list of names submitted by the county chairman of the appropriate political party.
Okay. And, it's important to point out that the last time we voted on this, the board, there was not a divided vote. The board voted unanimously not to move forward with the appointment of the precinct committee member in question for the Libertarian Party. It was not a divided vote. So,
Just a okay, thank you, ma'am. Go ahead, Supervisor Scott.
Well, there was, Ms. Heaton, and we voted unanimously. There was no dissenting vote, but I was interested to hear today the testimony from Ms. Heaton as the chair of the county party. She wasn't at that previous meeting, at least as far as I know, or didn't address the issue at the previous meeting. So I was interested in hearing that for the political party that Mr. Croteau would seek to represent, the chair of that political party has no objection. So to me, that has an effect on me in terms of my own vote, because if the chair of the political party is saying that they have no objection to the person representing the party at the precinct level, then that has an effect on the decision that I might make as a supervisor.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah, Madam
Supervisor
Chair,
Christie.
Just for clarification, on number 5, we are approving every other appointment and resignation except, and that
already passed, and you
Okay,
voted against that.
And so there is one that is being withdrawn, and that's Mr. Croteau, and that's what we're voting on.
Correct.
I
Supervisor
second
Bronson.
that for purposes of discussion, and that was not to necessarily withdraw the name, it was for purposes of discussion.
Understood. Okay, so any other comments? I'll go ahead and ask for a roll call vote, please.
So the motion is to...
Approve or not?
The motion is to not approve. What is the...
No, it was just to pull the one item. So now we're moving on this one. So
Then we need a motion to either approve or not approve.
okay, so
So to, excuse me, Madam Chair.
Thank
To
you.
clarify, Supervisor Bronson, you made the motion, Supervisor Grijalva, you seconded, but it was only for discussion purposes. It was not to approve. So we will need a motion to move forward, to approve if that's the
I'll
motion.
move to approve.
I'll second.
have a motion, a second by Supervisor Christie. Any other discussion? I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Bronson,
Yes.
Supervisor Christie,
Yes.
Supervisor Hines,
No.
Supervisor Scott,
Yes.
Chair Grijalva.
No, item passes 3-2. All right, so now we're moving on. We've addressed item 11. And now we're on item 12, revisions to Board of Supervisors policy. County Administrator Lesher. Or Mr. Brown, who would like to address?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisors, this is Board Policy C63, the procedures for approving anti-racketeering revolving fund. The attachments, the policy is not being changed. The attachments to the policy were out of date. So there's some changes to the attachments to the policy, and that's what's being recommended for approval today. And I can answer any questions. We also have PCAO staff here to answer questions if needed.
Any questions? I'll go ahead and move the item.
I'll second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? Any objections? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. We've addressed item 13. Now we're on 14, Economic Development Strategic Plan. County Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva, members of the board. We have before you today the Economic Development Plan. We've been providing drafts. We do have staff, both Mr. DeBonis and Mr. Chiordi-Vescovi is here today. I will just mention that previously, the Economic Development Plan has been something completely done by the administration. It has not come to the board in the past for review and consideration. So we are hoping that this becomes a new policy that we can work with the board and have the community understanding what it is we're doing to move economic development. With that, I turn it over to Mr. Bonis and Mr. Briscoe.
Chair, Vice Chair, thank you very much for having me here today. So I just wanted to give a brief presentation on the development of the economic development strategy that is here before you today. So we'll just hop right into it. On the screen, I believe, behind me, you can see. So the Pima County Economic Development Department Strategy 2023-2026 positions us as the critical convener in the region for economic development. That means as a collaborative partner, we would be working with all of our regional partners in economic development efforts across Pima County. The strategy essentially establishes shared goals and provides a path to achieve them through coordinating businesses, workers, community organizations, and other county stakeholders. It leverages Pima County's forward-looking approach to economic development and positions us in terms of its unique value proposition and our competitive advantage. A couple of points as to why now and why we decided to engage in May of 2022 down this path. Is because the useful life of the old strategic plan had expired. And so in order to continue to have a codified document that allows us to pursue economic development per policy, we wanted to engage in a new style of development of that policy itself. This also allows us to continue to try to apply and and utilize economic development administration grants in the future. So just a brief overview of the project itself and the strategy and how we did it and some of the results of that. Again, it was completely collaborative. We engaged over 100 different stakeholders. We had approximately 500 survey responses between two different surveys, which was one for the community and one for the business community specifically. Both were offered in English and Spanish. We had 7 specific focus groups that we completed, 37 individual interviews with businesses, both small and medium and large, I should say. And we collected over 55,000 data points and analyzed those from both a qualitative and quantitative standpoint. So effectively, the strategy charts a path to an achievable future for Pima County that includes inclusive economic growth and upward economic mobility, a growing workforce, and increased prosperity. And just briefly, the vision for Pima County, both the mission and the vision, I should say. I won't read it for you word for word, but the idea is that this effectively is part of our service mission as an organization, a service-dedicated organization. So the vision of Pima County being recognized as a welcoming, inclusive community that is open for business and puts people first, I think is the perfect culmination of what we are as an organization and what our goals are for economic development. And just a brief on the plan framework you can see right in front of you. So we did identify different sectors that are unique to Pima County. This is based off of assets that Pima County has, as well as the rest of the regional municipalities. I won't read them all right there because they're right there for you. We then developed strategic priorities, and these are some of the more traditional elements of economic development that you might be familiar with: business retention and expansion, business attraction, infrastructure development, and of course workforce development as a component of economic development. And then we also devised thematic pillars for which all of our recommendations, of which there are 30, fall under. And I think that might be the last slide. So that is my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions if you have any.
Colleagues, questions? Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What we received roughly 4 working days ago is this, and this represents the strategic plan, correct?
I believe you had received a version of the plan for review in October. The one that you would have received most recently would have been the one with all feedback from supervisors, regional collaborators, and the Economic Development Department and County Administration compiled into it.
And was this in the background for today's meeting?
Yes, it was.
And this is the strategic plan?
Yes, sir, it is.
Which, again, we received roughly 4 days ago, 4 working days ago. But also, I notice on the front of it, it has Stiletto, the consultant's name, which signifies to me that they probably authored it. Is this correct?
Chair, Vice Chair, Supervisor Christie. So they did author it in the sense that they produced the final document for us, but the document itself is authored via the collaboration of the Economic Development Department and all of its regional collaborators that were engaged throughout the entirety of the process.
And we should probably go back a little bit of time to the last meeting because Stiletto was initially paid $100,000 as the consultant to bring forth this economic development strategy. And then last meeting, we paid Stiletto another $10,000 after Stiletto increased the scope of their work. So you agree that Stiletto authored the bulk of this this particular strategic plan for Pima County. So what I'm looking at is a consultant authored our strategic plan and not Pima County staff.
Chair, Vice Chair, Supervisor Christie, so the original amount for the contract was $95,000. That was our original scope of services. And then it was actually county administration with economic development that wanted to increase the scope of work, and that is the addendum that you all had approved last week for the additional $10,000, yielding $105,000 total for the entirety of the project.
So the county asked for Stiletto to increase its scope of work. Stiletto didn't determine that.
Supervisor Christie, that is correct.
Okay, now, how does this study influence the update of the Pima Prospers plan?
Chair, Vice Chair, Supervisor Christie, so it's my understanding that it will be used as part of the cumulative effort to update the Pima Prospers plan, along with many of the other coordinated documents among Pima County.
Madam Chair, which takes precedence?
County Administrator Lesher?
No, I'm still talking.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I thought you said chair. That way.
I've tried to go through the chair, but.
I understand.
Pardon me, sorry. Chair, Vice Chair, I believe Pima Prospers is the overarching comprehensive planning document for Pima County.
And how does this differ, this economic development, from what Pima Prospers is coming through?
I will defer to Mr. DeBonis on this, I think. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, Pima Prospers is the county comprehensive plan, so dealing with land use, but has other policy elements that are mandated that the county address via that instrument on a 10-year basis. So statutorily, we're required to have a comprehensive land use plan, and we're required to update it every 10 years. So the 10-year time frame is coming up. We've initiated that process. Staff from Development Services has met individually with board members to gather up input on preparing the public participation plan for that particular update. This economic development plan is but one element of what's incorporated in the comprehensive land use plan. So when we develop that plan, the comprehensive plan, we engage all of the county departments. So we look at the entirety of operations that are provided by the county, and we incorporate or tie together those different things under the comprehensive plan update.
So for another $110,000, we got somebody else looking at this, basically the same plan that we're going to be developing with Pima Prospers.
So, Madam,
Who would you? I'm hearing it everywhere. Go ahead.
Madam Chair and Supervisor Christie. So the economic development plan, as County Administrator Lesher had indicated, has been developed by the county, and we have had versions of that economic development plan since 2012. So this particular update was a marked difference in approach to developing the plan, whereas previously county staff had developed those economic development plans largely from an internal perspective. This particular effort was much more externally focused and engaging stakeholders and businesses throughout the community. So as Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi had indicated, there was vast outreach, there were surveys, there were focus groups, there was the collecting up of input. So Stiletto was critical in helping us to conduct that massive form of outreach to help populate the economic development plan that's in front of you. So I would describe Stiletto and their services as being more of a facilitator and a compiler. The content of that plan is reflective of the input that was received from the community and the businesses, and then combined input from the economic development staff as well as other county staff in the process. So this economic development plan does not satisfy the requirement for the Pima County Comprehensive Plan update, which we will be undertaking, and we will largely be doing that with staff resources. But even in that plan update, we will be engaging experts in the area of transportation, mobility, and water supply and sustainability, items that go beyond the expertise necessarily possessed directly by county staff.
Well, Madam Chair, Mr. DeBose, it just seems odd that we need a consultant to speak to the community. I find that odd, but you touched upon it, alluded to it earlier. and let me quote here from the introduction. The Pima County Economic Development Strategy positions Pima County as the quote, critical convener. Describe again what critical convener means.
So if I may, Madam Chair and Supervisor Christie, so Pima County is a regional entity. We collaborate with the municipalities, with the businesses, with the educational institutions, with other regional private business partners to work on improving the economy and growing prosperity within the community. So it signifies the county's role in the region comprised of all of those different entities and bringing them together really for the purpose of benefiting the economic prosperity of the community. That's what that term convener, critical convener, refers to.
Well, it seems odd, Madam Chair, Mr. DeBonis, that the county's Economic Development Department should be authoring its own economic development plan with the consultants' input, and not the other way around. And that seems to be what's happening with this. And Madam Chair, finally, I would, as soon as all the questions are fulfilled, I'm going to be making a motion of continuation, because if this is going to be an economic development plan for the county for 3 years, it warrants more review than just the 4 working days that we got.
And Madam Chair, if I may, simply just
County Administrator Lesher.
Thank you. To remind folks that the documents were attached when the initial agenda items were put up the first day that all the agenda items went out. There was additional information that went out as the slide deck, I believe 3 days ago, but the other materials went out with the initial agenda materials. Thank you.
Supervisor Scott and then Supervisor Bronson.
I wanted to direct staff to the responses that I shared when we reviewed the plan's draft back in the fall. And the board did get the draft plan back in the fall. And the fourth point that I had said that on page 7 of the draft, it is stated that stronger connections between the Economic Development Department and the business community will also act as a springboard for other collaborative economic development efforts. I noted back in the fall that there are no specific references in the draft to how those stronger connections will be developed and sustained. If they are embedded in any of the recommendations, that needs to be more clear. The response I got is additional clarity has been added to this point. So if one of you two gentlemen could expand on the additional clarity, I'd appreciate it.
Chair, Vice Chair, yes, absolutely. So on number 4, your request for clarification, we actually have clarification on page 7 of the Economic Development Strategic Plan as in front of you. So the first paragraph that's underneath businesses are seeking a network of support elaborates on some of the more qualitative elements of how we're going to engage small businesses and how they're going to be effectuated into that process. And then I think furthermore on page 23, recommendation number 2, that actually is a direct reference to how we will collaborate with small businesses and other regional partners as indicated by number 4 of your request from the review of feedback.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I know that we've got both the 4 thematic pillars and also the 4 strategic priorities. And if I'm looking at the logic model that is attached to the plan, it is noting that the key performance indicators that are the performance metrics that we're going to use to judge the effectiveness of this plan are connected with the 4 thematic pillars. I wonder if when the board gets reports on these key performance indicators, on these performance metrics, if we can also have those key performance indicators connected with the 4 strategic priorities. And the reason I'm making that request is because if you look at the 4 strategic priorities, retention and expansion of existing businesses, business attraction, infrastructure development, and workforce development, I think that those are the kinds of meat and potatoes details that the community as a whole, perhaps especially the business community, is going to be looking at in terms of the effectiveness of this plan. The thematic pillars, I think, are of importance, but I think the 4 strategic priorities are of greater importance. So if I could ask, when we get those reports that are referenced, that they tie in with the 4 strategic priorities, not just the 4 thematic pillars.
Chair, Vice Chair, we can certainly do that.
And then, Chair Grijalva, one other point that I wanted to make is that the plan refers to input that we got from our stakeholders about both the complexity of administrative processes and greater promotion and awareness of Pima County business resources. It's interesting that those 2 things were mentioned together, because what the report said is that the references from our stakeholders to complexity of administrative processes was a little bit vague and non-specific. But when the stakeholders are also saying that they need more information on Pima County business resources, it seems to me there might be less confusion or concern about our processes if there was more awareness about the resources that we offer. So I hope that that is something that we get in terms of continued stakeholder input from the folks who are working with us, both internally with regard to the Small Business Commission, and I appreciate that they've got a role throughout this plan, but also with input from the local chambers of commerce.
Chair, Vice Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bronson?
Remind me again, how many recommendations?
Chair, Vice Chair, Supervisor Bronson, there are 30 recommendations within the plan.
That's 29 too many. I'm serious. This is a lot of verbiage, and I don't know how you are actually, when it comes to developing or showing your success rate, how you're going to achieve that. But again, you put some time and effort into this. I just there's just too much you're wanting to do. And I don't know how you can do it effectively when you have that many recommendations. It really is of concern. And I concur with Supervisor Scott on a number of his concerns. And you reached out to stakeholders. How did you determine stakeholders?
Chair, Vice Chair, Supervisor Bronson, thank you very much for the comment. I would note actually that this plan in front of you is actually a far condensed version of any previous plan before, so we've actually managed to consolidate a lot of the efforts into those 30 recommendations. I will say I have some amazing staff that will help me succeed in implementing these recommendations. The way that the collaborators were identified throughout the community was a comprehensive list that was put together through consultation among internal departments. So Economic Development created a list of those potential collaborators for outreach. We then cross-compiled that with recommendations from county administration as well as other individual departments throughout the organization. And then we did reach out to some of those collaborative organizations to get recommendations from them as well, with whom we should reach out to.
I have Supervisor Hines. And then should we, do we want to go ahead and make a motion so we can continue discussion? Because we're getting into some potential direction, which might change. So I'll go ahead and move the item.
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott.
And just to clarify, you're moving the county administrator's recommendation that we approve the plan?
Yes.
Okay.
That
yes.
was out. Okay.
Second.
Yeah, any objection? I mean, we're not voting, so, okay, go ahead, Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. I was hoping that if my colleagues are in agreement, we could modify under priority sectors, the energy priority sector as clean renewable energy, just to be clear, the kind of, exactly what we're looking for here in Southern Arizona. And I would make that a motion, I guess.
I think he wants to modify.
Yeah, you want to modify? Do you want to,
you
want to modify? Are you agreeable with that, Supervisor Scott? I am too. So yeah, so we can incorporate that. Any other questions or comments? Okay, the only, yeah,
Is this before we vote, or?
yeah, this is before we vote. I have a question.
You go ahead, and then
Okay.
I'll go ahead,
All
since
right.
you haven't had an opportunity.
Yeah, so the only issue, well, I have a couple of them, and I do agree that there has to be a way for us to have measurable outcomes. And so that's going to be one of the things that I think I would ask for, is if we could have an executive summary, like what is going to be the working blueprint that you all are going to use. You're not going to be pulling out this document and flipping through pages. It's like, so what is everyone going to be, how are you going to measure the success of it? And I appreciate that, you know, the plan embodies the richness, cultural, natural environment, diversity, equity, inclusive values, and welcoming community as a place to live, work, and prosper, engage Pima County residents in sharing the campaign more broadly. I guess my concern is the values, especially when we're talking about environment and inclusiveness. I'm concerned about the kinds of proposed projects that are going to be considered as like a higher value than others, and what's the criteria there? And, you know, I think preserving what's unique about Tucson is going to be really critical. And so I would prefer that if we have a set established list of criteria, that we can share that with Sun Corridor, that we can share that as these are the values of Pima County, so we don't then have to get here when we're getting ready to vote and start giving direction when staff has been working on projects all this time, and it gets to us and now we start asking questions about what the environmental impacts are. I think that that has to be something that is more at the forefront. And then the only thing I would ask is, you know, how to identify how we're going to provide in the small business area more equity and access for small business. I mean, I know that, you know, it says so in the plan, and I agree that small business is the backbone of our small and medium-sized businesses are the backbone of Pima County, but how are we going to support an inclusive environment so people that right now may not have access to startup businesses, how are we going to do that? And I know the city of Tucson is mirroring a program or starting a program that's similar, and I'm just wondering how we're going to move forward on some of those goals, because I do think that it's in the verbiage. I just kind of don't see how it's in the implementation.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am, of course. Chair, Vice Chair, great question. So I think we have a couple of resources that we can utilize in order to inform what those processes and what those programs might be. The Small Business Administration being one, the Economic Development Administration being another. They both have fully ramped up kind of equity opportunity programs that we can take advantage of. I think the other thing to note is that including elements of the community, right, and creating these guidelines and making sure that we understand what the barriers are is going to be very important. And if I can reference the plan directly, I believe the second plan, or the second recommendation, is actually a recommendation to create 4 different working groups that will identify these issues. And so we can make that a priority, either working with the Small Business Commission and an additional group, or an individual group itself, to identify what that looks like and how we'll move forward. And I think, just as a general point of reference, there is not an established implementation plan within the document with KPIs that are associated with it. We included example KPIs in there so that we could demonstrate what those may or may not look like in the future. However, economic development staff with county admin and according to board policy will work through what those KPIs are identified as for each recommendation, and we'll come to you with those at a later date.
And so I would anticipate maybe twice a year minimally that we can have an update presentation on how we're going and progressing with the plan, because it is a really critical piece of the work that we're doing here in Pima County, and I want to make sure that, you know, it isn't something that we just sort of vote on and then 3 years later we look at it again and say, oh, how do we do? So that would be my question. And then Supervisor Scott, and then Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. And I would just like to say that when you say, Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi, at a later date, I would like to have a format for the reports that include the performance metrics sooner rather than later. I don't know how long is a reasonable time to expect, but you know, I'm sure Ms. Lesher can let us know, but I'd like something a little bit more definitive than at a later date, because those key performance indicators and how that logic model that is in the report is going to, how they're going to be used to provide updates to the board on the effectiveness of this plan is absolutely critical. The other thing I wanted to ask is, I understand from conversations with you that you mentioned that we'd had economic development strategic plans dating back to 2012, but none of those previous iterations had been submitted to the Federal Economic Development Administration. Please let me know what are the benefits, and I also understand that this plan that we have before us is set up along parameters that are recommended by the Federal Economic Development Administration. What are benefits to the county, both short-term and long-term, in terms of our plan being aligned with requirements from the federal EDA?
Sure. Chair, Vice Chair, good question. So in the short term, the Economic Development Administration and the thresholds that they provide as guidance effectively lines our plan up with the rest of the plans within the region. So each one of them are recognized by the Economic Development Administration. And therefore, when we create our plan and it's aligned with those guidelines, that means that all of our plans have aligned together. So that is, I think, a major benefit to us in the immediate and the short or the midterm. Long term, as long as we have an Economic Development Administration approved plan, it allows us to be available and ready to receive Economic Development Administration grant opportunities, which is something that we have not, I don't believe we've endeavored before. So that was something that we identified very early on in the process and identified that we would actually work with our grants management innovation team a little bit more in depth to identify what those new opportunities might be in order to execute this plan.
Would that potentially also give us the opportunity to apply for collaborative grant opportunities, perhaps with other jurisdictions in the region?
Chair, Vice Chair, yes, if they are available, absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to offer a substitute motion. There's no downside on continuing this because we've already paid Stiletto. I would like to continue this item to the second meeting in April and remand it back to the Office of Economic Development for them to repurpose this entire report and make it more Pima County centric as opposed to Stiletto centric, and to try to initiate a more local feel to it than a consultant's feel to it. I think since we've just been presented this part in the last 4 working days, this requires a little more discernment, a little more examination, and I would like to think that the Department of Economic Development is purely capable of coming up with an economic plan and utilizing Stiletto, but not relying on Stiletto for the entire plan. I'd like to see a more intense involvement in this economic plan from the department as opposed to basically a portfolio from Stiletto.
I'll second.
Thank you. So I have a motion from Supervisor Scott and a second from Supervisor Bronson to postpone or move
No,
this item.
Supervisor Christie.
I'm sorry, Christie, and then Bronson, to move this item to the second meeting in April. Can you highlight or break down specifically some of the things that you're concerned about, either in communication to County Administrator Lesher, if you want to?
No,
Off the top?
I think I've made my objections clear, and I'm talking to the Office of Economic Development to rework this entire plan and come up with your own footprint on it as opposed to something from the consultant. That's basically what I'm asking for. I'm asking for a local Pima County-centric plan, and I don't get this feeling that this has that feeling to it. This is a consultant that got paid $110,000 and has become our plan, virtually. And I'd like to see what the Office of Economic Development can produce on its own, utilizing all of the resources, either from Stiletto or the community or what has been gathered with your own knowledge and experience, as opposed to someone outside Pima County providing a consulting contract.
Chair, Vice Chair, if I may offer a point of clarification. So maybe I misspoke earlier, but the term author may not have been the correct term to use with the way Stiletto was involved in the document, but more so a compilation or a compiler of the document itself. Again, I believe the document is very Pima County centric in that we did collaborate and engage with 100+ regional stakeholders to develop the content within this plan. Stiletto was engaged as a consultant to help us compile everything together and aggregate it into the plan that you see here, which again, the content is reflective of our regional collaborative partners.
With all due respect, all I see is kind of a boilerplate, kind of a presentation from Stiletto, and it has nothing that resonates with me as a local effort by our economic development. I would just like to see something more from the Department of Economic Development than a Stiletto portfolio here.
And I think one of perhaps it's what's standing out is that right next to the Pima County Economic Development is the logo for Stiletto, which if they're a consultant, it's not a partnership, so I don't know why they have to have, on every page their name, because we paid for the service maybe. And I do think that it would be helpful if whoever has the objection can be a lot more specific about how you want it to be more Pima County centric, because there's a lot of reference to Pima County. There's a lot of reference to the groups that they spoke to. So I don't know if it's just that one, piece and their name on every page that's throwing you off, or yes.
Chair Grijalva, I think
Mr. Lesher.
if it was, more than happy to continue it for 2 weeks and take a look at this. I know that we have had this, staff has met, I believe, with every member of the Board of Supervisors or every office, or all 5?
Correct.
Okay, and so to make sure that we have the input from the Board of Supervisors, we can take another pass at that and make sure that we have accurately reflected all the goals of the, of the board. What it can do is also give us an opportunity maybe to look at the timeline for some of the reporting and add that as well. I would ask only, would like to look at the first meeting in May, perhaps.
I think
if we do the second meeting in April, we can always continue at another meeting if we want to add the reporting. But no problem if we want to just continue this till I believe it's April 18th. We can look and refine and make sure that everything that has been requested, including the amendment from Supervisor Hines, has been included.
Yeah, and I don't have an issue necessarily. I was going to be comfortable moving this item forward because I know that it's a working document. It's not anything that's finalized. It's something that it should be a living document that we continue to look at. But the only concern that I have is that this plan and this strategic plan cannot be in isolation or instead of the Pima County overall strategic plan. And I think that this has to feed into that as well, because we have different departments that are doing their due diligence and their responsibility, but I do think that it is incumbent upon us to have a Pima County strategic plan as well.
Madam Chair and
Supervisor Bronson.
Ms. Lesher, would you prefer the April or May date? You had mentioned May. What's your preference?
I'm looking at staff. Forgive me, Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Bronson. What I guess I'd like to do, if we could, is continue it to April 18th. If for any reason prior to that, I think there's a concern, we can continue it to the first meeting in May. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, correct?
Chair Grijalva.
Yes, Supervisor Scott.
Just to continue with the discussion, if my colleagues are interested in continuing the item, I always have a healthy respect for those requests because I think they are going to make use of that time to ask for specific information as to what they want changed or improved. Having had input into this plan dating back to the fall, and you can see my input along with Chair Grijalva's attached to the item, I know that the Economic Development Office and its staff has been integrally involved with this and has provided direction to the consultant, not the other way around. I do feel that it's important that we have a better understanding of what the performance metrics are going to look like. That that to me is something that I was expecting to see more fleshed out than what we got today. But I don't agree that this is a consultant-driven plan. I think that it's something where the consultant was given direction from our staff, including, as we heard at the last meeting, the additional stakeholder input specifically from small and medium businesses. That was Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi's response when I asked him who were those additional stakeholders. He said small and medium businesses, and that was at the request of the department. So I don't mind continuing it, but I think if we're going to continue something, we need to be more specific as to what we want. And for me, what I'd like to see is, again, more of the fleshing out of the performance metrics and how those key performance indicators are going to be aligned with not just the thematic pillars, but the strategic priorities.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Scott. I do think that, we all had an opportunity to look at the strategic plan and give our feedback, and I know our office did, and Supervisor Scott's office did, and I just don't want this item to come back on April 18th without some real specific, I don't think that Pima County centric is enough direction if, it comes back looking similar with a couple of adjustments and it still doesn't look enough county centric. I think that it's our responsibility to provide administration with what we mean specifically. Okay, so I have a motion and a second to move this, postpone this item till the 18th of April. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay.
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Hines voting against. Thank you.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes, Supervisor Scott.
Could I request, just because I know that we have audience members who've already been here for over 3 hours, who are going to be talking with us about some of the items on the development services portion of the agenda. And I think there's also someone who's either waiting online or in person on one of these items. Could we do next 38, 40, both A and B, 42 and 43?
Okay. Repeat those quickly.
Yes, ma'am. 38, 40, both A and B, 42 and 43.
Okay.
I have no objection. I think it's a great idea, but can we make sure that there's, on all of the zoning items, that maybe we can address them all at the same time to make sure that there's nobody else on one that Supervisor Scott didn't mention?
That makes sense. If we want to do all of the ones, do you want to do all the hearings?
Under development
Or do you want to do
services,
just development
yeah.
services? Okay. We'll do the hearings under development services, so it's 37 through 43.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So any objection to moving those up next? Okay. All right, so we're on 37. This is a hearing, concurrent comprehensive plan amendment, rezoning East Ocotillo Hill Road plan. This is Supervisor Hines in your district.
That's right. Thank you. I move to close the public hearing and approve, and move the modified approval of the plan amendment and rezoning approval subject to standard and special conditions.
Thank you. Did you close the public hearing? Yes, I'm sorry, there was a little glitch there. I'll second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item 38, this is a rezoning for North La Oesta Avenue rezoning, and this is in Supervisor Scott's.
Madam Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Excuse me. We do have a speaker on the line, Samantha Bauman.
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, Ms.
Hi.
Bauman.
Yes, good morning. I'm here.
Please go ahead with your comments whenever you're ready.
I just am requesting this rezone to be able to build a single-family home in a neighborhood of other single-family homes. That's pretty much it. We're just requesting to build our house.
I think that's the applicant.
Yes. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Okay. Are there any other callers or anyone that wishes to speak in opposition? Okay. Go ahead, Supervisor Scott.
Chair Grijalva, I move that we close the public hearing and affirm the recommendations of both staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission to approve the rezoning subject to standard and special conditions.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any objections? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. Item 39 is the East Drexel Road rezoning, and this is in Supervisor Christie's.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are there any individuals who wish to speak either for or against this particular item? Hearing that there's no speakers addressing this item, I'd like to move to close the public hearing and approve this item, subject to standard and special conditions as so outlined.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item 40 is a hearing rezoning closure of a time extension, and so this will have to be done in two parts. This is regarding Hennessy Trail Mission Road rezoning. This was initially done in 2012 and again in 2017, and so I'll go ahead and move against the closure of the time extension.
And close public hearing.
And close the public hearing, I'm sorry.
Second.
It's two negatives, it's very odd. Anyway, motion and a second, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, item passes unanimously. Now we're on to B, the same item, hearing rezoning time extension. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and approve the 5-year time extension subject to modified standard and special conditions.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor, any objection? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, item passes unanimously. Item 41, this is a type 3 conditional use permit in North Tanca Verde Village Place. Is anyone present to speak against or in favor? In favor. If you'd like to speak, you're welcome to, but... Okay, all right. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to close public hearing and approve the item subject to standard and special conditions.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any objection? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, item passes unanimously. Thank you. And item 42, this is a type 3 conditional use permit, and this is for property on North First Avenue. Is anyone here? This is the type 3 conditional use permit for a marijuana dispensary. Is there anyone to speak in favor or against? All right, come on.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Carrie Sylvan representing the applicant for the project. And I know we have a presentation. What I'm going to do for purposes of time is just speak a little bit. I'm not going to go through the slides. If we need to go back, we can go through the slides. This is the same applicant that was before you in December. So same operational professionalism. I'm not going to go through that again. I think you know where the site is from your materials. The other thing I want to point out is part of that presentation also is how we meet all of the criteria, because it's zone CB1 and a dispensary is permitted, subject to meeting the criteria. We meet all of them. That is also outlined pretty thoroughly in your written explanation. So if we need to go back to those slides, I'll go ahead and go to them. What I want to touch on is our outreach to the neighbors, because one of the criteria is making sure that we are operating in a way where we're minimizing those nuisance kind of issues. So we had a neighborhood meeting before we went to the Planning Commission. 3 of our neighbors showed up very concerned about a dispensary being there. We had a lot of discussions about the level of security that Copper State implements, as well as what's required by the state. At the Planning Commission, there were additional concerns voiced. We agreed to 4 additional conditions in those, and that's also in your report. We're closing at 9 instead of 10, which is what the code requires, 10 o'clock. We're going to continue to work with the neighbors. There was a specific call out in condition number 4 that's in front of you relative to a wall or a barrier, and I'm going to come back to that in just a minute. And then we agreed to a couple other conditions. I think it's 2, 3, 4, and 5 that are in your materials. After the Planning Commission, we went ahead and reached out to the 3 neighbors who came to our very first neighborhood meeting and continued to engage with us. They hosted a meeting in one of the townhomes that's right next to us with the people who either were renters or owned those townhomes on the edge. It was a very good discussion. I want to, in public, thank the sheriff's detective and deputy who came to the meeting. We invited them to come as well to create that connection as well with that townhome community. This property is right on, this area is right on the border of the county and the city, so they tend to have issues sometimes picking up the phone and calling and getting a, you're not in the county, you're in the city, or you're not in the city, you're in the county. So really appreciate that the detective and the deputy came. We had a lot of discussions. One of the discussions, which is important to condition number 4, is that we all agreed that it does not make sense to actually put up a wall or a barrier in that back area. What we agreed to do, and this is one of the conditions, is a 24/7 surveillance video camera on the back of our building that will actually go about 120 feet further down that common area that the townhomes own. And it will be, there'll be an automated voice if somebody triggers it. If it triggers again within a certain period of time, somebody will come on and say, you know, you in the green jacket, you need to leave the premises. If there's no wall or barrier there, it makes it easier to enforce without somebody going onto the other side of the wall and claiming there's no enforcement. And the wall or the barrier would also create a space where people could hide. So as we had more discussions in that meeting, it became clear that we all are agreeing to continue dialogue. We want to continue the safety, that this use, unlike a general retail use, will actually probably bring a safer condition in that area. We know we have some neighbors who just don't like the use, and that's okay. But those along that western edge, I think we're very pleased with that ongoing dialogue. So with that, what we're requesting is an approval, clearly, but also asking that condition number 4 be removed. We will continue the dialogue, but condition number 4 requires that wall or barrier, and we're all in agreement that we don't want to implement that at this time. Again, I'm happy to go through my 16-page slide presentation.
Any additional questions?
No death by PowerPoint.
Supervisor Scott, any other speakers for or against? Okay, Supervisor Scott.
Chair Grijalva, I move that we close the public hearing and affirm the... I'm sorry, thank you. I move that we close the public hearing and affirm the unanimous recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission and staff to approve the item subject to standard and special conditions with the exception of special condition number 4 that I ask be removed.
Including the hearing administrator's recommendation.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
second.
Thank you, Supervisor.
I have a motion and a second. Any any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. Now we're on item 43. This is the hearing, comprehensive plan amendment and specific plan rezoning resolution and ordinance for the River House Trust property on North Craycroft Road. Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. This is following up on previous action that the board took, I believe, back in August. And to affirm that action, I move that we pass and adopt resolution number 2023-4 and ordinance number 2023-3.
And close the public hearing.
Yes, thank you. I think I know that by now.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Objection? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. Now we're on item, we're back on the agenda, finance and risk management.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes.
Again,
Scott.
just in the interest of people who've been here, is it possible that we could move to item 18, just because I know that Ms. Vesely is here to talk about the community bond program update?
Sure. I think these other items will be really quick.
Go quickly.
Yeah,
Okay.
if that's
All right.
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So-
I think it might be best that we go to 18 because
Okay.
I've got a few
Oh, you have questions on those items? Okay, thank you. I didn't know. Yes, I don't, does anyone have any objection to moving to item 18? Okay, we'll go ahead and move there. So this is now item 18, Community Bond Program Update. County Administrator Lesher.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva and members of the board. We have, as you point out, both Ms. Besley here as well as Mr. Brault from Public Defense Services. In the past, the board had directed staff to develop a community bond program. We have spent, I think, the Reader's Digest version, a couple years trying to find a way that that might work and have been unsuccessful, so could not come back to the board with the exact recommendations that we had hoped at the time, and so are simply looking at this point for the board to provide direction that we can continue to look at possible options. And I would like to ask Ms. Besley and then Mr. Brault if they have additional information.
I apologize, Mr. Brault. I didn't know you were still here. You were sitting over there earlier.
No worries. Chair Bronson, I'm sorry. Not Bronson. Help us, sorry. There are additional options that are out there. The memo that Ms. Besley did, I think, talk about some of the limitations that are potentially out there. I do think that there are things that we can accomplish the goals of the community bond program if we can approach this from a different perspective. And I think that there are definitely things that we should be considering at this point. So I'd ask the board to authorize us to continue down those paths and present you with all options that are available.
Did you or Ms. Besley want to go through some of the materials that were attached to this item, or did you just want to respond to questions from the board?
The materials that were attached to the are historical. There's the white paper and there's the original opinion from Farhang and Metcalf. I'm happy to address.
Then there's also an update.
I've seen the update, yes. I guess I'll just open it up to questions if the board has any.
Well, I'm going to stop being the chair.
Okay, good. Any questions?
Yes,
colleagues. Supervisor Christie.
Madam Chair, I have a lot of issues with this particular item.
Do we want to make a motion so we can have a discussion, because we may get into direction? So I'll go ahead and move the item for discussion.
Are we moving the recommendation that Ms. Lesher made to ask staff provide us with other
options? That would be what I would be requesting.
All right, I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Go ahead, Supervisor
Thank you,
Christie.
Madam Chair. Clearly, and most importantly, Pima County should not be in the bail bond business. This is totally out of our purview. It's certainly not a very wise use of $1.3 million. And in the item agenda report, the conclusions drawn really raise eyebrows, because it says here in this report, should the board still wish to pursue core elements of the community bond program concept, it may wish to consider the following options. 1, reissue the RFP with further modifications, such as removing the bond agent requirement, as well as an extended response time to attract new bids. So we can't get anybody from the outside to do this, and I'm sure there's some pretty good reasons why they don't want to do this. But now we feel if nobody else wants to do it, let's do it ourselves. And the second conclusion is to direct staff to develop alternative non-bond related program models that support original intent to reduce the number of indigent individuals in custody who present limited risk to community safety. My first question is, where is the money coming from? There's no mention of a funding source for this program that I can see.
Sure.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, there is no funding currently allocated. When the board approved to move forward with this, it was to go forward with the RFP process, but at the time, no funds were encumbered. So if the board does wish to go forward, there would have to be an appropriation for the program for both the bond fund itself or any kind of program otherwise.
Well, that's an issue too, because we're being presented with this plan, and there's no talk of where the money's coming from, and I think that's putting the cart before the horse, which is to me, is problematic on this. And if you could you please define or give me the current definition of indigent individuals? What does that mean?
Somebody who is low income, otherwise unable to pay
Low
for their
income
bond.
is, where's the threshold?
Yeah. What's the threshold?
The Chair Bronson, Commissioner, or Supervisor Christie and Bronson, indigency is determined by the court initially as to people that don't have the funds to be able to afford their own representation. I don't know that is the general finding of indigency in my field. As far as posting a bond, that could apply to people that don't have the ability to post the bonds that are imposed upon them as well.
So, Madam Chair, we have a varying level of indigency, which seems to be a key point of this whole program. We don't know where the money's come from, and we can't get anybody from the outside to administrate it. So why should we be doing this?
So go ahead. I'm sorry, County Administrator Lesher. I'm just reading the recommendation and I don't read what you're reading. So go ahead.
If I may, thank
County
you very
Administrator
much,
Lesher.
Chair Grijalva. In the memorandum, the information that Supervisor Christie just shared with the board are the conclusions that may have come as a summary to Ms. Vesley's report. The recommendation before you were not those items. It's simply to direct staff to develop options for board consideration so that anything we would look at and review would come back to the board for consideration that would support pretrial community issues. And there's a variety of things that we would be including as a public process prior to bringing something back to the board. I think we're here today because historically and in the past, the board had provided direction to staff to do something that we were unable to do because of limitations. We have come back now and said, we would like you to have staff go back, take another look, see if this is possible, see what the community wants to do, what are the various parameters, bring that back to the board for consideration, and at that time, we would include any recommendation if there's a fiscal element to that for consideration by the board.
So I just want to read the recommendation. It's direct staff to develop options for board consideration that will support pretrial community supervision efforts, promote public safety, increase court appearance, and improve access to services and treatment. These efforts done in coordination and collaboration with justice system partners may support judges to order pretrial release in lieu of issuing bond when there are assurances that these individuals are likely to appear and will have adequate resources to effectively supervise individuals in the community. And so that could mean a lot of things. And so what I was moving is just the option of being able to look at what some of those programs might look like, what those might look like.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
By Ms. Lesher's own explanation, this process was before the board before. It failed to grab hold. There was no, it never took off. So now we're asking them to go back again. And what is there out there that makes everyone think that there's going to be another better plan that will take hold?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, I think specific direction was given to the board to develop a community bond program in a specific area where we were either running the RFP or running the program ourselves. What is different now is, are there other programs, are there other opportunities, are there things we can look at in lieu of a community bond program that would be acceptable to the board in lieu of the initial program that was approved by the board?
But there's still the option, Madam Chair, that the county will run its own bail bond program.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, no. I think that has been the opinion that has been attached from the outside law firm indicates that we cannot do that legally, and that's why we're asking for an opportunity to go out and look.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Well, and Ms. Vesely might have been getting ready to say this, but in her report, it says, based on the recommendation from the Pima County Attorney's Office, the county would be advised against implementing an in-house program. There is also no discussion to launch a third RFP process unless otherwise directed by the board. And then in the opinion from Farhang and Medcoff, Pima County proposes that individuals would be eligible to participate in the program if they have agreed to be bound by pretrial services conditions to release, and they meet the following criteria. The bond is set at $30,000 or less. The charges are not under ARS Title 13, Chapters 11, 14, or 35.1, homicide, sex, and child pornography cases. By implementing such a program, Pima County estimates that it could save over $2 million and reduce the jail population by 5.2%. I certainly, I know this was passed by the previous board, but I agree with the majority of the previous board that I would like to not have somebody incarcerated just because they can't pay their bond. But going back to Ms. Vesely, your report, it says, here we go. Right before the conclusion, the second to last paragraph before the conclusion, it says, the memorandum from the county attorney notes that the spirit of the work could be achieved through the development of alternative programming, including incorporating expanded electronic monitoring into pretrial community services. And then your last paragraph of the report under conclusion says, the county is already working in collaboration with our local justice system partners, including Superior Court and pretrial services, to implement new procedural, programmatic, and partnership options to support pretrial community supervision. So my question is, going back to the discussion this board had previously about the IGA from Superior Court, isn't this what one of the working groups that Judge Bergen formed is already working on, which is looking at making greater use of electronic monitoring?
Correct. Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, I do believe there is a lot of synergy with the work that Superior Court is doing right now. And just a point of clarification, there are two different legal opinions. One, the original one that was included with Director Brault's original white paper was an outside opinion saying that they believe that it was okay for the county to go forward with an RFP for an outside vendor. When the board asked us to explore doing an in-house option, we wanted to make sure we got an additional legal opinion because it was a deviation from the original concept. That is the direction that...
and that was from the county attorney.
That is correct. So the county attorney looked at it, but we also explored this with finance and with risk management. And the consensus was fairly universal that it would be against advice to do an in-house model. So that leaves us with two options, or as many options as the board would like. But to continue with the original RFP, which legal counsel did say was okay to proceed with, or creating alternative models, or choosing to not go forward with the concept altogether. And so going back to your point about the subcommittees that the court is currently working on, certainly there's a lot of work that the court has been doing, pretrial has been leading, and we've been working very closely with concerned community members, business members, talking about what their values and priorities are around. And a lot of the conversations that we're having with the community really go back to the point of what this program is getting to, the underlying values of it, which is when people are coming out of custody, certainly the court does not want to issue bail for the point of keeping somebody in custody. They want to issue bail to compel somebody to show up for their court appearance. That is the underlying motivation. And if we are able to compel individuals to show up for court as a viable alternative, not only will that be meeting some of the tenets that the court is looking for when they release somebody pre-trial. But if we can provide additional resources, services, that's going to ensure that that person appears for court as they are supposed to, but that they are engaging in treatment. We're providing resources that hopefully will change behaviors that are especially concerning to the community members. It's good for multiple entities out there.
And that speaks to what you say in the last sentence of that last paragraph. If strategies can be implemented that result in a reduction of failure to appear warrants and improve engagement with wraparound resources, treatment, transportation, housing, employment, et cetera, this may entice judges at initial appearance to order individuals' participation in a program in lieu of issuing money bond. And you've probably heard the same thing that this board has heard, which is that Sheriff Nanos has said on more than one occasion that he feels that his department already has the capacity to engage in expanded electronic monitoring.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, that is true. And this, both the sheriff and a number of our justice system partners have been very supportive of expanded electronic monitoring. I think what's important to note is that it's not the way that it used to be. There's not just an ankle monitor and that's the only option anymore. There's a whole broad spectrum of what electronic monitoring could include. And electronic monitoring is not going to be appropriate or necessary for everyone. It's not just the cost of the electronic monitoring itself, it's also the cost of somebody to monitor those individuals. It's the cost to go out and look for them if they're someplace that they're not supposed to be, or if they're not appearing for court. And if we don't have a really robust support system to make that electronic monitoring effective, then it's pretty flaccid as far as an effective tool. And so we really want to make sure that when we're looking at these pretrial options and how we're supporting pretrial, we want to be very strategic in what types of electronic monitoring and who we use it for, and be really prepared to be able to back that up. But if we do have community supervision on a spectrum, and we are implementing other tools and resources outside of just the standard pretrial supervision, if we have folks like peers, individuals who have been there, who have been involved in the justice system, are successful, and we're able to pair those with pretrial supervision, and we have individuals that are able to go out and engage somebody who has missed court and say, hey, I saw that you missed court this morning. Can I come and pick you up right now, and we're going to go get this warrant quashed, and in the meantime, maybe I can drop you off at treatment. Do you need housing? Do you need medication? And try and really address not only that person's court compliance, but are those entire wraparound needs.
And I'm supportive, to go back to the motion from the chair, I'm supportive of the spirit of the work being supported, the spirit of the work behind the original proposal, but I think it needs to be done in conjunction with these working groups. You know, I've already told the county administrator I'm going to nominate her for the Nobel Peace Prize because she was able to bring together all the warring parties over the Superior Court IGA. I think that whatever you come back to us with should not be, it should be operating, to use your term, synergistically with what those working groups are coming up with, especially since, to go back to your memo, you're looking to entice judges. And if so, what if you come back to us with is similar to what those working groups are considering, that may be a strong talking point with the judges that you're trying to entice.
And if I could,
please,
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Scott, one of the other options is moving away from the secured bonding agency model and going towards a cash bond option, because one of the, I think, large impediments to getting bids on this is the complexities of dealing with the Department of Insurance and becoming a secured bonding agency. If we switch to a cash model where we don't need to have people be registered bonding agents and just move the money from one account to another, that is another option that will involve slightly more funds from the county that are going to be parked in the fund, but they're never going to disappear. And that is another option that we would like to be able to present to the board to consider, and which would be very much in line with the original proposal of using a secured bonding agency. It's just eliminating the secured bonding agent part and just having an agency move the money in cash from one account to another so that we can bond people out with the exact same effect as the original proposal.
With those same conditions as to which people coming in for initial appearances are not allowed to participate in the program.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, exactly same conditions.
Any other questions?
One last comment, there should be
Supervisor
no cash bail provided, and I think the whole enterprise and the quote spirit of the work is misguided. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So we do have a motion and a second to accept the recommendation, County Administrator's recommendation. I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Okay. Supervisor Bronson?
I vote aye, but I have shared Supervisor Christie's concern on cash bail.
Supervisor Christie?
No.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes, item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Thank you. Thank you for your patience as well. We appreciate you being here.
Could I just ask, when are we anticipating getting something back from you?
Hopefully relatively soon. I don't have the exact date, but we will work diligently on providing all options.
All right.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah. And because the work groups are ongoing and we do have a deadline, I believe, of May from those work groups, I think it would be very advantageous to try and coordinate those two. So I'll try and ensure that anything, at least as far as what our department is being directed to look into, we'll try and sync those up.
So maybe like the second meeting in May?
Correct.
Something like that? Okay. All right. Thank you so much. All right. So we're on item 15.
I'll move the item.
Second. Motion and a second. Any objection? Item passes unanimously. Item 16, operating transfer. This is the request approval from the general fund to the Keno Stadium District in the amount of $2,145,000 for hotel motel tax receipts in the fiscal year. I'll move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott.
Question, I believe, for Mr. DeBonis. The reason for item 16 is because of something that was discovered in an Arizona Department of Revenue audit that was requested by Pima County because there were back taxes from a local property that were being paid to the city of Tucson, not to Pima County. I wanted to know, is this an uncommon occurrence? And how did we become aware that revenues were going to the city instead of Pima County?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Scott, it is uncommon. I've not seen it happen previously. I don't know the details of how it was first identified to ask. I believe it was the Department of Revenue who had identified it, but you have noted that the county may have requested it. So we can get back to you with the exact origins of that.
County Administrator Lesher.
And if I'm, Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, I believe what occurred at the time is we began to watch the revenues that were, and the Department of Revenue saw the amount of funds that were coming into the city of Tucson versus Pima County. And then we're aware of what the proportional arrangement should be, and it has been historically, which is why there was an audit.
Okay. Let's have a motion and a second.
Madam
Any other
Chair?
discussion? Supervisor Christie.
Just to dovetail on what Supervisor Scott said, but the actual sentence in the background says, when the operating transfer budget for the current fiscal year was developed, it did not include the receipt of back taxes from a local property that were remitted to the city of Tucson in error. So I have two questions on that. Why did the city of Tucson accept the money for years when it wasn't theirs? And secondly, what is this local property that had the back taxes that we have no identification of that property?
And
Administrator Lesher.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie. Again, we can't speak to why the city incorrectly accepted the money initially. We have worked with the state and the city to make sure that that has been corrected. I do not know the name of that property, but we're happy to get that back to the board.
Yeah, I would like to know what that property is. Then moving on to the memorandum, it said, in addition to travel activity exceeding initial projections, Pima County has received a one-time remittance of $3.765 million in back taxes from a facility that erroneously made tax payments to the city of Tucson for several years. Then it goes on to say, due to the greater than expected travel activity and revenue received from the audit, we request that the Board of Supervisors increase the transfer authority for the Stadium District from $2.8 million to $4.9. I don't have a problem with transferring the money that we received, but this appears to be a request for a blanket carte blanche authority. This is a windfall, basically, but I would vote yes to accept the transfer money, but no to increasing the transfer authority, which is also being asked. So it says, we also ask that attractions and tourism be amended to allow the county to transfer up to $7.3 million. We have to allow the transfer from 2.8 to 4.9, but now they want to be able to not come back to the board and be able to transfer up to 7.3 million. If we're going to have windfalls like that, I'd like to have it come before the board for approval.
Administrator Lesher?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, we can provide a report to the board, but the board honestly does not have authority over that other than the budget capacity, that it is other, it's a state law. I mean, it is the way that the funds come in, and that the determination has been that those funds are then allocated to attractions and tourism and to the Keno Stadium District as the entertainment district and as the sports venue for Pima County. That is all in statute, and I'm happy to provide that back to the board. But all we can do, what happens is when you initially approve the budget, there's you've developed a budget capacity which is based on our best estimate of what revenues will be coming in, and they far exceeded our expectations. So while we are increasing the budget capacity, we do not have flexibility about to where it can be moved.
Right.
So, Madam Chair, this is a one-time windfall, basically, this first transfer, right? We found out they were taking money they shouldn't have in the city of Tucson, and we're going to collect it and transfer it. But now why again are we asking for it to be allowed the authority to have carte blanche to accept transfers up to 7.9 million?
Administrator Lesher?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, because again, it is based on what we believe to be the significant excess of the taxes that have been received above what we had apparently very pessimistically believed would be revenues received by the county.
So that was a misjudgment on the county's part as far as...
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, I believe it was a misjudgment on a lot of people's part about what we would see coming out of the pandemic related to travel and what it meant to our hotels and the tourist venues in the community. We work with Visit Tucson and other of our, State Department of Tourism and others to help make those assessments and to understand what we believe to be the projected revenues for the upcoming year.
And County Administrator Lesher, so if we were to get another and have to transfer another amount out of the general fund, would that come before the board, or does this basically mean up until 7.3 million, we won't vote again?
Chair Grijalva, it would provide that as the new cap.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now we're on item 17, unfinished business.
Move the item.
I'll second. That's a motion by Supervisor Bronson, and I seconded. This is the LexisNexis Vital Check Network. Any discussion, questions? Supervisor Christie.
We had this item at last meeting. There was a number of questions I asked regarding it. I did get an answer regarding how LexisNexis makes their money.
Mm-hmm.
One of out of the charge that is made to the requester of the vital document, a certain amount, I believe it's either $12 or $13 per request, is held by Lexis. Am I saying that right? LexisNexis. As their income. But I have I asked some questions more. What's the status of this information? What are they doing with this information, this vital records? Are we giving LexisNexis our vital records in bulk? Or are we just giving them access to our database on a case-by-case basis?
County Administrator Lesher.
And Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, I'd like to have Dr. Garcia answer the specifics about this contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia.
Chair Grijalva, Administrator Lesher, Supervisor Christie. LexisNexis simply acts as the agent on behalf of the person requesting the record. The record is transferred from the health department to the individual. LexisNexis never has contact with the individual except when that individual is requesting this record. So that individual, yourself for instance, would go onto a website, say, I'm Steve Christie, I want a copy of my birth certificate, and would pay a fee. This is the address I want it sent to, and that would be electronically forwarded to the Vital Records Department. We would produce that certificate, depending on whether you elected to have it by U.S. Postal Service or by FedEx. We would send it to you, and that is the transaction. LexisNexis gets absolutely no information from that vital record, period, full stop.
Well, if that's the case, then can LexisNexis repurpose in any way our vital records for additional revenue sources?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, I don't see how they could.
Any other questions?
That would be a no?
I don't believe so.
And then it shows also that there is $1.5 million in the amount that they're to be in the revenue stream, and that equals at $12 per request. And I didn't do the math, but how many requests annually for birth or death certificates at $12 per that would equal $1.5 million in 1 year?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, we literally have thousands and thousands of requests that are coming in. One of the impacts of the state moving to this relationship with LexisNexis has had is that it is really, really easy to request your birth certificate if you live in California or Alaska or wherever. And so it's generated a lot of demand.
Madam Chair, are there any, Dr. Garcia, are there any other sources of compensation included in the $7.5 million from LexisNexis given to Pima County?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, no.
And are there any data brokers involved in this transaction?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, no.
Okay.
Thank you,
All
Madam
right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. So we have addressed 18, so now we're at 19 for contract and award procurement. This is, let's see.
I'll move the
How
item.
do we want to, okay. I was going to see if we can package some together, but I don't think that's going to work out. So I'll second. So I have a motion by Supervisor Bronson and a second by me. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item 20 is Inclusion Solutions LLC to provide Franklin voting booths and accessories from the general fund. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. 21, Red Roof Properties LLC and Jock Comfort Properties LLC to provide for hotel shelter services to amend contract language. I'll go ahead and move the item. Second. I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
So far, according to this item, just under $13 million has been spent so far in just over 1.5 years to do what they say is their program goals, predicted outcomes. $13 million to provide safe hotel sheltering for COVID-19 exposed and/or COVID-19 positive asylum seekers including medical care needed during quarantine and isolation in preparation for onward travel, and providing shelter, food, and supportive services, again, to COVID-19 exposed and/or COVID-19 positive asylum seekers. Are only COVID-19 exposed and positive, I guess they're called travelers now, only COVID-19 exposed and positive travelers, are they the only ones that are the recipients of this program?
Administrator Lesher?
Chairman Grijalva, I want to be clear in that we receive a variety of funds, as you know, and far exceeding the amounts that we are then passing through to provide for shelter for both the asylum seekers and for individuals who have been homeless and then need to be bifurcated from the other, from COVID-negative individuals. What I want, some of the hotels have been paid by those federal dollars that I just want to be clear, because these hotels do provide simply for part of the funds that are just for those who have been COVID positive. But I do want to be clear in that it is a broader program that is providing care for asylum seekers as well as those who have been, who are homeless and now have been within hotels provided by funding through the county. This is simply those that have been isolated.
Okay, I think, any other questions? I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Now we're on 22 Capri Tucson Eddy Hotel.
I'll move the item.
I'll second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously.
Madam Chair, if nobody wishes to
Supervisor
divide the
Bronson.
question,
I do have a question on 23.
And I have one on 25.
Okay.
Well, okay.
I know.
And 27.
Okay, we're just going to go through. So item 23, this is Regional Wastewater Reclamation, the City of Tucson, to evaluate water service for parcel on West Sunset Road.
I'll move the item.
I'll second. I do have a question. Is the demand the same for this property as when we bought it? Because this is $250,000 just to explore how to get water to this Sunset campus. And I just want to make sure that we've, with the COVID and the 2 years, businesses have closed and reopened. And so I just wanted to see what the need was for the property.
Chair Grijalva, the Sunset property remains in the portfolio of properties we believe are ripe for development. We believe that the $250,000 study is far less than we might spend trying to just move water to that location without absent this kind of study. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So motion a second.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
Define Sunset Campus.
The location?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, Mr. DeBonis, do you have the specifics on that?
I can, Madam Chair and Supervisor Christie. The Sunset campus is 45 acres of land that are located west of the freeway at Sunset Road. So the county owns those lands. This has been identified as the location for a potential technology and innovation center that would, generate employment opportunities for the community. It's been in our economic development plan, first appeared there in the 2015 to 2017 plan. So we've done initial planning conceptual work, and we've been working on infrastructure with ADOT, most notably the improvements to the I-10 main line and a new traffic interchange at Sunset, as well as the connection of Sunset Road from the freeway east to River Road. So those efforts have all been underway related to that Sunset campus.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
It appears with the Sunset campus, which is pretty much new to me about hearing it, why is Pima County, and what is Pima County doing competing with the private sector to develop a, quote, 62-acre major business campus? The development community, the homeowners, Home Builders Association are constantly complaining that the county overregulates developers and then competes against them, like developments of the Sunset campus. How can we square the county developing this property and then competing against private sector on this? It just seems backwards.
And I also want to ask, well, obviously his question, but when did we acquire this property? When did Pima County acquire the property?
About 2015.
Chair, it moved into the economic development, I'm sorry.
No,
Chair
please, go
Hall,
ahead.
It moved into the economic development plan as this kind of property in 2015.
Okay.
When did we acquire it? Mr. DeBonis, do you know? It would be prior to that.
And did this board have a presentation about the Sunset Campus? I'm just because, Supervisor Christie's hadn't heard of it, so I'm just wondering when that occurred.
Madam Chair and members of the board, I think that's a valid question. And so Ms. Lesher and I have been talking about putting together an update to this board with those different property assets that have been in the economic development portfolio for some time now. So those of us who have worked with them have familiarity and sometimes overlook the fact that board members may not have touched this. So we will put together a comprehensive summary of those different economic development properties, of which one would be this Sunset Campus. So the exact date of acquisition was not available, so we'll get that information to the board with that update. To Supervisor Christie's point about competing with the private sector. So as we talked about with the economic development plan, we work in a collaborative way with government entities and with the private sector. So oftentimes when we are notified through the Arizona Commerce Authority or we're notified by Sun Corridor that there is a business attraction interest, we provide properties that are complementary to others out there. In other words, not every single parcel that's in private ownership can meet all of the needs. So from a regional perspective, we round out the portfolio of properties available for potentially attracting business. So we've worked tirelessly with the development community. I think we've done a superb job in listening to them, in refining our processes, in reducing our timeframes, in lowering the cost burden. So I think we continue to do that, and we work in tandem with the community, both the public sector and the private sector, to successfully attract some of these business locates to our region.
Madam Chair, you just mentioned, Mr. DeBonis, that you were planning, you and the county administrator, to make a presentation on Sunset Campus at some point in the future.
So, Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, this was a hallway conversation between Ms. Lesher and I this morning when we realized that there would be some questions on this Sunset Campus.
It's particularly a little bit troubling that you're coming to the board and asking to pay $250,000 to a consultant, and many of us on the board don't even know what the Sunset Campus is. Again, is that putting the cart before the horse?
So, Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, the particular property, the Sunset Campus, has been identified in the county's economic development plan since 2015. So those members of the board who have been here over that time frame have seen this previously in iterations of our economic development plan. There are newer members who have not seen that, and that was the realization that we were having this morning.
So I think we're going to go ahead. We have a motion in a second, and this is just to explore how to get water to that property, and then we can always continue the conversation. I think that would be really important. And considering that there's at least 3 of us that are fairly new, if we can have just a presentation on whether it's individual or, all the properties that we're discussing, I think that would be very helpful. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item 24, the Town of Sahuarita. Just a second. This is for an intergovernmental agreement for Campbell Avenue Extension Project. I have a motion by Supervisor Bronson and a second by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Hines, did you second? There's a delay. Yes, so it was Supervisor Hines that seconded the item. So a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item 25, this is grant application and acceptance of community and workforce development. This is for emergency rental assistance. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. I do have a question. is it accurate to say that we haven't been accepting new applications to this funding source since December 14th? Does that sound right?
Dr. Garcia.
Dr. Garcia or
Chair
Administrator Lesher?
Administrator Lesher, we continue to receive inquiries through our assistance phone line. We continue to service those inquiries through that assistance phone line. These $10 million take our ability to award this benefit up until the month of May.
Of May, okay. And so we're continuing to accept applications, but I'm assuming concerned because we were running out of funding. Okay, so this will be through May. All right, I have a motion, a second. Right?
Chair Grijalva.
Yeah, Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. Under the retroactive segment of the supporting material attached to the item, it says, there are no official grant amendments for this grant, only periodic reallocations of funding from U.S. Treasury when funds are left unexpended by another grantee. And I know the other grantee was the Arizona Department of Economic Security. Is there any possibility that there will be additional funds that are unexpended by that grantee or other grantees that the county might be able to take advantage of?
Administrator Lesher, Dr. Garcia.
The answer is yes, there's a possibility of that, and we stand ready to accept any unused dollars from any other source.
Great, okay.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
In the background also, it says that emergency rental assistance to ERA2, financial hardship during the pandemic no longer needs to be directly or indirectly caused by the COVID-19 outbreak. If this is not about COVID, what's it about?
County Administrator Lesher, Dr. Garcia, feel free.
Chair Grijalva and Dr. Garcia can provide additional specificity. The funds began to come into Pima County to assist with individuals who had a difficult time making their rent or keeping housed, and these funds provided financial assistance. It initially came as part of the COVID dollars because there were individuals who had a variety of concerns about income that were related to the pandemic. At this point, the federal government has released rules related to that. So while it's not necessarily related to COVID, it is related to individuals' inability to provide for have a financial hardship.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Christie.
It states all in the background that this money is coming from, quote, the Treasury. If it's coming from someplace other than Treasury, under what program?
I think Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, while the funds came from initial funding provided through through ARPA, the Recovery Program Act, rulings and additional guidance that have been provided to individuals that provide those grants have allowed for expanded flexibility. In addition, these are dollars that all went to other providers early in the days of the ARPA funding, but they have been unable to expend those dollars, so they have then become subsequently available again, and we have taken benefit of those dollars.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Now we're on item 26, Arizona Department of Health Services to provide Arizona Prescription Drug Overdose Prevention Program. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. If it's okay, can I bundle 27, 28, and 29? Okay, I'll go ahead and move items 27, 28, and 29. Second. I have a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion?
Madam
Board members?
Chair.
Supervisor Christie, and then who was the other? And Supervisor Scott. Thank you.
My throat's sore, so go ahead.
Supervisor Scott, go ahead.
I am happy to aid your ailing throat and also, whoops, I always forget to do that. Thank you, Ms. Manriquez. I also wanted to draw everybody's attention to the item attached to item number 27, because it says funding is to be used to support the provision of behavioral health and emotional well-being services to individuals from K-12 settings, students and staff who have tested positive for COVID-19 since May 1, 2021. But it further says Amendment 2 provides a 2-month no-cost extension through July 31, 2023, and a budget amendment for this grant to enable PCHD. But the most important part of this item is under the program goals and predicted outcomes. This funding enables the county to undertake a range of initiatives that support the provision of behavioral health services to staff and students with a positive COVID-19 test result. The extended time and budget amendment will allow PCHD to do the following: implement the Not Alone campaign to destigmatize youth mental health services, contract with the National Council for Mental Well-Being to provide youth mental first aid instructor training for up to 64 teachers and other youth service providers to provide wraparound supports for K-12 staff and students. Further, in the item under metrics available to measure performance, one of the metrics is the number of individuals participating in the Text Talk Act mobile app. I am familiar with that app from my experience as a middle school principal. I had staff from the National Alliance on Mental Illness come to my middle school and present information on that app. It is certainly true that the pandemic brought to our attention, perhaps in ways that some people had not recognized, the state of behavioral health and mental well-being of our students. But I can tell you, as somebody who worked in our schools in this county for almost 30 years, that was not something that was triggered by the pandemic. Concerns by educators about behavioral health and the mental well-being of our students and the educators who serve them has been a burgeoning, a growing problem since well before the COVID-19 pandemic. So although I know this grant funding from the Arizona Department of Health Services was brought about by the pandemic, I'd like Dr. Garcia to comment on how it helps to support the county's interaction with K-12 districts on behavioral and mental health services overall.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, such an important point that you've made. Starting in 2013, we began to robustly engage with the community of superintendents of our public school systems, as well as the leaders of our private and parochial schools. We began to engage on a couple of different levels. One of them was substance misuse. As we were starting to see the impact of opioids in those schools and school district settings, we also began to recognize the growing need for behavioral health services, specifically for that population of youth. We know that schools are particularly challenged, public schools are particularly challenged to meet some of those needs. And so our work in this space goes way back then. As you correctly identified, the pandemic, if anything, in certain ways made the problem more complex by having children remain at home for a very prolonged period of time where they were out of the eyes of their counselors and their teachers and their schoolmates. And so that sort of social isolation has also become much more common, that and compounded with the role of social media and the pressures that children are under, I think are really critical. We believe that investing in creating capacity within the schools and school districts is really critical. There are not enough behavioral health providers within this community to meet the need of every single kid. So a program like this Youth Mental Health First Aid, which is an evidence-based program that helps schools, helps teachers, counselors, and others recognize signs and symptoms of behavioral illness among children and get them to the right place, is really, really critical.
And I appreciate what you said about capacity, because as many of you may know, we have the worst counselor to student ratio of any of the 50 states. And so when you look at the capacity to train up to 64 teachers and other youth service providers to provide wraparound supports, not just to students, but to staff, Again, I recognize that this program comes out of the pandemic, but the fact that you're using it to support other efforts that have been underway by the county is something that I appreciate you fleshing out in some more detail, Dr. Garcia. Thank you.
County Administrator Lesher, you had something to add?
Chair Grijalva, just to point out again that all three of these are no-cost extensions, that the funds and all the dollars have been received in previous action by the board. We are simply at various levels on the three grants, extending the time period so that we can continue to provide services, but it is no additional dollars.
Great, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
I notice a common thread in all three of these items that we're asking extensions. And I'm assuming we're asking extensions because the money has not been spent. What happens if the extension is not granted and the money is not spent? What happens to that money?
Administrator Lesher.
And Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, we would return the funds.
A novel idea. We don't spend the money, we return it. Unbelievable.
I'll call on you. I'll call on you in just a second, Supervisor. I'm sorry, there's a delay. I'll call on you in just a second, Supervisor Hines. Go ahead, Supervisor Christie.
On top of this, much of what this money is supposed to be going for is like 2 years old. Testing, kits, COVID tracing. That's so far behind us now, and we're supposed to spend money on doing the same thing that's really been over and done with for 2 years. So here we have money that's going to go to something that we don't need anymore, and if we don't spend the money, we have to give it back. Oh, gosh. And at one point, the extension is asked for during a summer vacation when schools are closed anyway, and there's no kids there. So none of this makes sense. This is really just another example of reckless spending for something we don't need, and we should pay the money back.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. And just a point of clarification, our schools are open during the summer. Services continue during the summer, including food service programs for all of our kids, K-12. Supervisor Hines, did you have something you wanted to add?
I would just love to vote on this item.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second for the three items, 27, 28, and 29. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no.
Madam Chair, items 30 and
Supervisor
30
Bronson.
Yeah,
Go
items 30 and 31, acceptance of regional wastewater reclamation. If nobody wishes to divide the question, I'll move items 30 and 31.
And and Supervisor Scott seconds. And just to clarify, 30 is to remove debris, 31 is to repair the pipe. Right? Okay. So I have a motion, a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now we're going to go on to hearings, and we have 32, 33, 34, and 35 that are all fireworks permits. Can we take those together? All right.
Take all three.
Well, the other is a permanent extension of premises patio permit. I didn't know if we wanted to do all those together.
If there's no
It's
objection,
okay.
I'll move those items and close the public hearing.
Okay, then I'll second. We have a motion, a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now let's find out where we are since we've taken a couple of things out of order. I think we're on the addendum. Okay, so we have addressed addendum number 1. Now we're on 2, review of initial draft sample of RTA Next ballot. County Administrator Lesher.
I think this is my...
Oh, right. I'm going to ask her if she has any input, and then I'm going to turn it right over to you.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. No, this is item from Supervisor Scott.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Scott.
Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva. And I want to draw everybody's attention to the memorandum from the RTA Executive Director, Mr. Mogimi, February 24th, because probably the most important part of this item is in 6 words that are in his first sentence. Initial draft sample RTA Next ballot. This is where we are right now. This is where we are right now. But there is so much more that remains to be done. The RTA board, and I am the county's representative to that 9-member board, asked the CAC to have a full draft plan to the RTA board by July 1st of this year. In that period between now and then, there's going to be continued discussions between the members of the CAC and the Technical Management Committee, as well as dialogue within the CAC. The RTA board could make changes before going out to that plan that comes to us in July 1st. We could make changes before going out to the public review process, where more changes could be considered before a final RTA Next ballot is approved to go before the voters. So we're at very early stages, and I just wanted to let all of you know where we are right now. I think it would be very instructive if any board member who is interested were to read some of the questions that were posed to the RTA staff, PAG RTA staff, through me by Supervisor Hines, and the responses that Supervisor Hines got in response to his inquiries, because it might address questions that some of you have as well. But I really just wanted to put this item on here since it had come to me after our last meeting, so that you knew where we are right now, but also that you knew that this is very much a draft, very much a work in progress. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So I'm happy to answer any questions or Chair Gerhol, if you want to entertain any further discussion.
Or we can also send you communications directly. Is that accurate? Does anyone have any comment? Questions?
Yeah,
Hang on, Supervisor Hines and then Supervisor Bronson. Go ahead.
Oh, great. Thank you. And Supervisor Scott, I very much appreciate your efforts to forward those concerns. There were a lot, I think 7 different items and I think 14 different questions to the RTA chair and executive director. But respectfully, some of the responses that I've looked at, which I'm impressed, because I think the memo was received on Friday, but we got responses on Monday, which is like, I think, pretty fast. I don't think completely answered some of the questions that I put forward. And the ones that concern me the most, I think, are the ones involving community input in the RTA Next process. You know, there's a new CAC, and this isn't the 2018 to 2020 CAC. There's a new one that was created in 2022, as you know. And you know, some of the responses, at least 2 specific things in that memo, I believe are based on CAC recommendations from 2020 or before. And it's a very new group of active community members who want to participate in RTA Next. And I don't feel like they have been, and I know that they have not made, I mean, this is a work in progress, but their recommendations have not been taken into account. And the response I got, it looks like in a couple of specific items, the executive director, I don't think it was probably the chair wrote that in over the weekend. So likely the executive director's responses, it doesn't look like, it looks like, it just, I'm concerned that it looks like he's representing that the CAC has said things that they have not. So I would just say we can't mess this up, because if we do, we're really putting the RTA Next effort at risk when we go to the voters. So I just want to make sure that you hear my concerns.
Chair Gerhol.
Thank you. Yes, Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. And I know Supervisor Bronson had comments, but just to respond, I wrote, when I sent the responses from the RTA board chair, Chairman Ukapizio, and the executive director, Mr. Mogimi, to Supervisor Hines, I invited him to respond either in writing or perhaps by coming to call to the audience for the RTA board if there was additional information that he needed or additional points that he needed to make. I do have a staff member who sits in on every CAC meeting, and what the reports that I have gotten from that staff member are that there certainly are lively discussions that are occurring within the CAC, but that the group is moving towards the achievement of the goal that was set for them, which was to get a draft plan to the RTA board by July 1st. And certainly the RTA board has asked any individual CAC member to let us know if they have concerns about how their work is being supported. I think that both the chair, Mr. McGovern, and the two vice chairs, Ms. Campbell and Ms. Veras, are doing a solid job of making sure that all voices are heard and all points of view are being considered. But I think if any individual CAC member or any individual member of this board has concerns, they should be addressed to the RTA board so that we can follow up as needed, as you did.
Thank you, Supervisor Bronson.
I'm going to be quiet now.
Any other
But thank you, Supervisor Scott, for bringing this to our attention.
Thank you. Okay, next item, that was just a review, so discussion. Item 3, Board of Supervisors policy violations during call to the public. This is an item that was brought forward by Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we included in the background the letter that was transmitted to the citizen regarding the board policy violation during call to the audience. My first question is, who directed Mr. Brown to write this letter?
I did.
You did. And what are you trying to accomplish by this?
I think it's pretty clear in the letter. I think it's pretty clear in the letter. I mean, it's written. Essentially, we're trying to maintain an environment where we don't have slanderous and impertinent remarks being made. There were items that was said on 3 different occasions. And so as a result, this is the action that was taken.
So what damage has been done and who's been damaged?
Supervisor Christie, it's written in the letter. It's really clear.
Well, no, I mean, I think in order to say that it's slanderous, there has to be a proof of damage. Now, who's been damaged?
Unfortunately, Supervisor Hines is not on the call, but really any kind of slanderous remarks in that regard, when you're saying
Hines still has his medical degree. He still has his job at TMC.
Okay.
He still has his position on the Board of Supervisors. What damage? What is so slanderous?
I'm not going to get into this exchange with you, Supervisor Christie. I think Supervisor Hines has had to get off. Supervisor Hines has left the meeting. I'm not going to get into discussion. I don't have to. So I answered your question. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
At this particular point, your attention has been to the audience, to the citizens that come here for call to the public. You read a statement about how they are supposed to behave and what the expectations are them. There's never been a statement read by you or any chair about the expectations of members of the board of supervisors. And let me just refresh everybody's memory. Supervisor Hines started this whole issue of name calling and using slanderous things, as it was outlined in the call of the public. He called children who haven't been vaccinated typhoid Marys. He called me a murderer. He can't, and people can't be tried for murder yet. Then he gave a PSA for pregnant women to report their doctors if they don't give COVID shots. Dr. Hines, Supervisor Hines started all of this. And there has not been one effort made to sanction him, to censure him, to rebuke him, yet a citizen who has every right to come in here and voice his or her feelings to this board has been barred. I don't know of anybody who's ever been barred from this chamber. This is even Kelly Walker was never barred.
I don't know who that is. I think that...
what is going to be the end result of barring somebody from this?
Supervisor Christie, my hope is that we're going to have people who are going to be... You feel free to express your displeasure for a vote, but it cannot become a personal attack. And that's exactly what it became.
Does that apply to the Board of Supervisors and members as well?
Absolutely.
Then why don't you say something along those lines?
Well, Supervisor Christie, we have not had, I was not chair when all of the other discussion happened.
I voted for a resolution. I put a resolution of censure and I died for a lack of second.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on this issue?
Just a point of order.
Supervisor Bronson.
Number one, I think that this actually violates her First Amendment rights. Number two, for point of order, You directed the county attorney under what authority? And for the county, Mr. Brown, could you respond? I mean, how is it that one member of the Board of Supervisors can tell you what to do?
You can address this, or I can. I mean, you did ask directly from legal, so I'll go ahead and turn it over to him. But just to be clear, I was following the Board of Supervisors rules and regulations where it says the chair controls the chamber and participation. And so it's in the letter specifically, but I'll go ahead and turn it over to you, Mr. Brown.
Chair Grijalva.
Disagree.
Supervisor Bronson, we're following the regulations of this board, which allow a person who's making personal or slanderous remarks to be removed. It permits a person who makes personal or slanderous remarks to be barred. Certainly, if the board wants to entertain changing its rules or regulations, it can. We are simply following the rules as they exist. I am not aware, I am aware, as Chair Grijalva mentioned, that the rules and regulations clearly indicate the board controls the chamber. And
That's my
because,
point.
and so since the board controls the chamber, I believe that is the authority for the board to ask for the county attorney to enforce the rules of the chamber.
That's my point. The board, not one member of the board.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yes, there is.
Supervisor Christie.
And it's important to note and to question that Supervisor Hines started all of this, and yet he's being treated as some sort of the aggrieved party. And I don't understand how he could be so aggrieved when he started the entire affair. And I'm asking you, Chair Grijalva, to please rescind this letter and rescind this prohibition for this citizen to be able to attend this session of Boards of Supervisors of call to the audience, which is their right. This needs to be rescinded for the sake of free speech, to prevent any future lawsuits that could be easily implemented against the board for suppression of free speech. This is an overreach of the board's authority, and it was not in conjunction with this entire board.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Bronson.
Just one question for Mr. Brown. How did you reach the magical number of 3 months?
Well, there doesn't say anything in the policy. It could actually be for the rest of the year.
Well, I'm asking, I am asking the counselor.
Okay. Mr. Brown.
Yeah, Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Bronson, that was an amount that we felt was appropriate, given the multiple warnings that the person was given. I do want to address, Chair Grijalva, if I may, Supervisor Christie, your comments, because I want there to be clarity. Free speech is not limitless. The reason the rules, your rules, this board's rules and regulations put some limits on call to the audience and participation by the public. You are correct. By state law, the public has a right to be at these meetings, to attend. They do not have a right to call to the audience. That is something that the board allows. It's a privilege that is allowed by this board. And those, that privilege is guided by some limits. And those limits are set out in your own rules and regulations. So it's not if every time someone violates those rules and those rules are enforced is not necessarily a violation of someone's free speech. It is a violation of the specific limits on speech that are placed by this body that relate to call to the public.
And I did want to address the 3 month, because I did inquire from our other facilities when we have members of the public that are barred for a specific period of time after a warning. 3 months is fairly like the standard across the board, so that's where that number came from.
Thank you.
Those limits to free speech you speak to, Mr. Brown, do those apply to Board of Supervisors members as well? For instance,
Chair
Well, go ahead and let him answer. And
term murderer and children as typhoid Mary, and all of the items I've explained here that have been started by Dr. Hines, do those apply to him as well?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, in the board's rules on orderly conduct, it is specifically addressed to citizens attending a meeting. There could be an argument that there is a statement here that says any person, and ostensibly that could apply to anyone, but the section itself is really written and directed towards citizens attending the public meeting.
It would be in the best interest of everyone if the chair and our counselor cared as much about the freedom of speech of our citizens as it does protecting someone who started this, a fellow supervisor. I just wish that was an equal type of a addressment.
Thank you. And Supervisor Christie, if there is an interest on this board to look at ensuring that every member of this body acts in accordance to the policies of other Pima County employees, I'm absolutely willing to look at that, because that's not the case right now.
Where does it say that supervisors are not allowed to respond to the call to the public participants? Where does it say that?
That's Robert. Well, you can respond. That's why.
At the end, but not while they're speaking, which is what Supervisor Hines did. Where does it say that in our policy?
And respectfully, the chair stopped him from doing that.
She didn't stop him. He kept on.
Yeah,
and there was no accountability for that behavior.
I think that
you barred a citizen.
I understand.
Here.
I understand your frustration. I do. All right. I think yes, Supervisor Scott.
So, to me, regardless of which board member was called a pedophile on 3 separate occasions, the issue is not who was called a pedophile. The issue is that a member of the board was called a pedophile on 3 different occasions. And I think the rules and regulations of the board that are cited give great justification for the letter being sent. And the individual was warned a number of times before the letter was sent. And I want to make another point that nobody else has mentioned, and perhaps it's one that I'm particularly sensitive to, having worked in our schools for close to 30 years, is when false allegations of pedophilia are made against an elected official. To me, it brings to mind lots of faces and lots of names of children who were actually victims of child abuse, children who actually fell under the bad graces of an actual pedophile. And so I think when you capriciously throw that slanderous remark around in a public meeting like this constituent did, you're not only violating the rules of the board, you are perhaps triggering children in our community who actually have been victims of child abuse and actual pedophiles. I think that's something else that needs to be taken into consideration when we're talking about propriety, decorum, and good conduct. I agree that Supervisor Hines' behavior, I think it was about a year and a half ago, during call to the audience, was inappropriate. He should not have engaged in it. I think we got a legal opinion from the county attorney's office that addressed behavior of the board during call to the audience. I don't think he should have done it. But this particular behavior by this constituent, I think it was appropriate that it was addressed the way it was. And when she has every right to come back in June and address the board. I don't think there's been anything that's been said to the board during my, now going into my 3rd year, that would have justified this kind of letter, but I think these actions do.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Actually, I think you've had it. I'm sorry, respectfully, Supervisor Christie, I haven't called on you. I haven't called on you. You don't have the floor. I appreciate that. Thank you. We're going to move on to item 4, Catholic Community Services of Southern Arizona, Inc. to provide cooperative agreement for provision of humanitarian services. This is a no-cost extension. I'll go ahead and move the item. Have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Christie.
What is the difference between a hospitality center versus a welcoming center?
Administrator Lesher?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, there is none.
Okay. I just wondered what we should term this facility. This agreement that we are looking at right now is for 1 year with Catholic Community Services. What is the lease term between the call center and the county?
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, you referred to a call center, I'm sorry.
The facility where this lease is.
So what is our, when we came before the board and we approved the facility at Drexel, what was the lease, what was the extent of that lease? Is that the question?
Let me rephrase that. This agreement that we're looking at today is for 1 year between Catholic Community Services and the county.
Pima County.
Okay, what is the lease term between the actual facility and the county?
That's the question. So the Drexel lease, if I may, Mr. DeBonis.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, that's a 1-year lease.
So they coincide?
Coterminous.
Okay. This agreement begins today. Has Pima County completed all the tenant improvements?
Administrator Lesher.
Mr. DeBonis knows the specifics of working with our facilities management team.
So, Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, those improvements are completed and the facility is available to be occupied.
And what was the count, how much did Pima County spend on those tenant improvements?
I think, if I may, Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, we're happy to get back to you if you have specific questions you'd like to delineate, how much was spent on tenant improvements, anything else.
Will this amount that the county spent on tenant improvements be reimbursed by FEMA?
Yes, sir, it will.
Okay, so I'll need to gratefully see the amount that Pima County spent on the tenant improvements.
And the source of the income for that.
And the source of the,
Thank you.
And we just gave $2.2 million to Red Roof Inn. When does our new facility begin use and the Red Roof Inn go away?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, as I mentioned when we were talking about the Red Roof Inn, and there's a variety of programs that we're housing at that location. So it's not as easy as saying one begins and the other stops. This facility is what we're looking at to expand, to provide services for the asylum seekers. Hotel facilities that heretofore have been leased specifically for the purpose of non-COVID positive individuals. Those contracts will go away as we transfer to the Drexel facility. I think rather than providing you with perhaps incorrect information, what we can do is provide you a grid that shows which hotels we have been using for what services, when those will term out, and when will we be transferring all services to the Drexel location.
That would be greatly appreciated. And when does this Drexel facility or the former call center, when does it have a grand opening, or when does it begin? As far as utilization.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, again, we begin access today. I don't know the day that there will be specifics of when individuals can utilize the facility. Happy to provide the information the same way we have with the Casalitas facility at juvenile detention.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and so I have, this is an action item, correct? I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any additional discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Item passes 3-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Now we're on item 5, Pima County.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes, Supervisor.
If nobody objects, I'll take item 5 and number 6 together.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Did you
Yes,
go
I
to move
moved it
and Supervisor Bronson seconds. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously and we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Y'all have a good day.